We'll have our opening prayer and flag salute. Let's pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for the day and we thank you for the opportunity to gather here this evening as we come to do the business of the city of Newcastle tonight. We ask that you lead, guide, and direct us. Help us make the decisions that are in the best interest of this community, Lord. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time I'll call the April 10th, 2023 meeting of the Newcastle Public Works Authority to order. First item on the agenda is roll call.
Carl Nell.
Here.
Mike Fullerton.
Here.
Tommy Clay.
Here.
Jean Reed.
Here.
Marcy White. Here.
Item number 2, discussion and possible action on approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion second for approval of the agenda.
Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Jean Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 3 is citizens' comments. This is an opportunity for any citizen to comment on any matter related to the City of Newcastle Public Works that is not on the agenda. Might remind any potential speakers that all speakers shall clearly state their name and address for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person with only one speaking opportunity per subject. Board members will not respond to comments or questions. The chair may end comment period at his discretion, and prior authorization is required for distribution of materials or to approach the board. This time, is there any public comment concerning the City of Newcastle Public Works? Seeing none, we'll move to item number 4, consent agenda. Are there any items any member of the board requests be removed from the consent agenda and addressed individually? Seeing none, item number 4, consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion second for approval of the consent agenda.
Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Jean Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 5, discussion and possible action on any items removed from the consent agenda, being action on that agenda item. Item number 6, discussion and possible action on adjustment of utility accounts. Item 6A, account number 04-1339-01 at service address of 2324 Oak Hollow Drive, Lee Kirkpatrick. This was tabled from the March 13th, 2023 meeting. Is Mr. Kilpatrick or representative here this evening?
We're here.
Yes, please approach the podium, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting that.
All right, so it looks like you had a significant water leak started sometime in January.
I think so.
And then went, we've got data through March. So
Yes.
tell us what happened.
Well, I got a big water bill and it was big. So I called the plumber and they come out and said that meter's running like a crazy. Wanted to know if we knew we had a water leak. And I said, no, didn't know it. So that's about it.
So you
After Air Comfort Solutions came and about $20,000 later,
Wow.
oh,
that's why I'm here.
very good. Well, appreciate you coming this evening. So I will make a motion that we adjust the January, February, and March bills down to the average of the prior 12 months.
Second.
Motion second for adjustment of utility account.
Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Jean Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Carl Nell.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Item number 6B, account number 06-1269-00 at service address of 2033 North Country Club, Derek Lee. Mr. Lee.
Same situation. Creek started leaking, noticed it leaking, went down there, fixed it, got repairs, pictures, talked to Vita. She said come in front of you guys to get the adjustment.
Alrighty, so our data, when did you get that repaired, Derek? So our data goes through the March bill.
It was on 2/20, and she said that they had already read the water meter.
Okay.
So the bill that was on 1/17 to 2/14 would be normal, and it was the one after that that it would have the one that needed to have the adjustment. And so the bill after that was 8165, about 70 to 80 is my normal bill. The bill after that was 27150. And I called Vita, and because Vita said that I needed to talk to you guys to have it adjusted and get on the council, and she placed me on the council. Said she would forward you guys the receipts, but I need to bring them along with the pictures just in case.
Okay, so you had two bills that were above average.
Just one bill.
Oh, just one bill. Okay.
Yeah,
The
but
March
the bill for the 8165, she said that my meter was already read on the 15th, so
Okay.
that bill wouldn't reflect. It would be the bill after that.
Okay.
And from February 18th to February 20th was the leak, which that was a Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. Sounds good. So that would be, appears to be your March bill. So
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we adjust the March bill down to the average of the prior 12 months.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion second for adjustment of utility account.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Carl Newman.
Yes. Derek.
Thanks.
Item number 6C, account number 09-4525-00. That's service address of 567 North Walker Drive, number 52 and 53. Amy Keenum Potts for Cottage Park.
Hi, how are you guys this evening?
Good, how are you?
Good. So we had done a pretty deep dive into our financials. It's been uncommon when we have tax audits, and identified that we had a huge spike in our water bill. The team went through, did a full inspection with every single unit. We found 2 units with a toilet that was running slightly, and then another individual that was liking to water her lawn during the cooler months. So we started pulling the water bills, and there were 2 of them that were identified as the consumption going up to 200,000 gallons, when all other meters ran about 11 to 14,000. So when we reached out to the city, it was identified that the meter was faulty. So
You aware of this, Kevin? Okay.
there was Tanner McIntyre actually called. He is from the ownership out of Atlanta, Georgia, which is Resource Housing Group.
All right, well, just looking at your usage, it does appear that usage was very high going in October of last year, and then it's kind of settled down November, December, January, February, and March. Historically, has there been it's hard to tell whether there's been a historic rise. Do you guys do much irrigation or any irrigation at all at the facility?
No, that community does not have an irrigation system.
Okay.
Wish we had previous.
Further back, yeah.
Yeah.
Because what it appears here is it appears like May, June, July, August, September, the real big spike in October. It's above what average typically is.
What do you guys think about an average of the prior 12 months, excluding the October high? Does that sound reasonable?
I'm all right with that. I don't follow you.
Just
The prior
Yeah, just
12
the-
months prior to this,
well, prior to October, and
okay,
in exchange for the October billing.
Yep.
The prior 12 months prior to that billing cycle. And since November, usage has been very modest comparatively, but October was a huge spike, and
right.
like Tommy said, going into summer, there's probably going to be a little bit higher usage no matter what. But
Okay. So tell me your proposal or your motion again.
to average average October bill, replace it with the average of the prior 12 months.
Just not including it.
Don't include October, and average that October bill down to that. Does that sound reasonable? All right, then I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion second for adjustment of utility account.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Carl Newman.
Yes. Item number 7, monthly treasurer's report.
This is reporting for the end of March results, so that puts us at exactly 75% through our fiscal year. So ideally, that's where we want to sit as an execution rate in most things. Come on the city side of the house, all of our departments are operating at or under that 75% rate, so we're doing good on the city side. On the NPWA side, it is also doing good. There's only one department slightly higher than that ideal execution rate, and it is only slightly. Watch the screen. The fire department tax fund has brought in $948,000. We have spent $1.4 million in the operations of our fire department. ARPA funds are still the same as last month. We're still waiting on those last two Ford pickups and still sitting at 89.3% execution rate there. The various fundings we received this month, the police department received $9,730 for the Department of Justice Vets grant. That was, we spent some and they reimbursed us some, so that was our portion from the DOJ. We also got the $1.873 million from the Indian Health Services that was applied for by the Chickasaw Nation. That was deposited to our account earlier this month, and I put that money into the wastewater plant fund. If you happen to look at the section for the wastewater plant fund, you may notice a new account. When Crawford was here a few months ago, they asked me to designate a difference between the money that we're transferring in from PWA to the wastewater plant compared to the money that, for example, the not the reimbursements, the monies that Jeanette was secured for us from the Oklahoma Department, the Development Planning Authority, and this 1.3 million, they're now allocated in that WWA plant assistance fund. That way there's a differentiation between what we're putting in there and what we've been given. So that was kind of a change on that. The sales and use tax came in at 762,000, 670 being sales, 92 being use. This is the lowest month so far this fiscal year. But I kind of, after I panicked a little bit, I looked back, that has been the trend for the last 3 or 4 fiscal years. So I guess it's okay. We are still running 10.7% higher than where we budgeted to be at the beginning of the year. And we're 7.6% higher than this same point last fiscal year. Our current indebtedness is $4.3 million. We did make the payment for the small piece of the fire station land that the fire station is actually being built on of $146,000 to help with that process. So our current indebtedness did go down. If you happen to look at the debt schedule in the financials, you'll notice that I've annotated the fire station loan with the loan value, but the principal has not built up to that yet. We've only had one draw so far, and that was a little over $207,000. So right now, it looks kind of funny when we look at it, but that's why it's reflected like that. If you have any questions ever about that, just give me a call. Just a quick rundown of our fund balances. City fund has $4.9 million. Capital improvement has 2.4. Economic development has 39. Cemetery fund has 68. Parks capital improvement has 114. Fire station fund has 2.2. Admin and technology is 172,000. Grant cost share fund is 1.9 million. Transportation impact fee is 274,000. On the NPWA side, public works has 3 million. Water impact fee is 1.3 million. Wastewater is 399,000. The wastewater plant fund now has $5.5 million in it. Are there any questions for me? Thanks.
Yep. Thank you very much, Jeannie. Item number 8, general manager's comments.
Just a real quick couple of things. One of the major things that is ongoing with the water department is the water plant. Kynard is still working out there on the plant, refurbishing the clear well and things of that nature. It should be done somewhere close to the 1st of May. We have also ordered, the water department has also ordered parts for the water plant, including actuator valves, high surge pump. I believe that's the 2 major things that they've ordered for out there to try to help get that plant back up to speed where it should be and fully flowing, hopefully by next month, is what I've expressed to the superintendent. On the wastewater side, I did receive an email this morning from the engineer, from Kenny Sullivan, and he had copied me on the email that went to DEQ. Our plans are at DEQ and being reviewed as we speak. And he has inquired as to how much longer that's going to be so we can get this project out to bid. I don't think it's going to be much longer the way they're talking. So should be going out to bid just anytime, I hope. So, that's all I got.
Thank you, Kevin. Item number 9, any trustee comments?
I saw, our water guys get called out on East over, I saw them working on the bridge on Country Club. Was that our water guys? Feel so bad for them, so thank them for coming in.
I know we had a water break, yes.
I felt so bad. I drove by, I thought, oh, I'm glad that's not my husband. I felt so bad. There they were Easter afternoon working, so having to dig and stuff. So, thank you.
Any other trustee comments? All right, item number 10 is adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion is second for adjournment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. This time I'll call the April 10th, 2023 meeting of Newcastle City Council to order. First item on the agenda is roll call.
Carl Nell,
Here.
Mike Fullerton,
Here.
Tommy Clay,
Here.
Gene Reed,
Here.
Marcy White. Here.
Item number 2, discussion of possible action on approval of the agenda. I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda, amending it to move items number 8 and 9 to immediately following item number 6.
Second.
Motion is second for approval of the agenda as amended.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 3, citizens' comments. This is an opportunity for any citizen to comment on any matter related to the city of Newcastle that is not on the agenda. Might remind any potential speakers that all speakers shall clearly state their name and address for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person with only 1 speaking opportunity. Council members will not respond to comments or questions. The mayor may end comment period at his discretion, and prior authorization is required for distribution of materials or to approach the council. Are there any citizen comments on any items not on the agenda? Seeing none, move to item number 4, consent agenda. Are there any members of council that desire any item to be removed from the consent agenda and addressed individually?
Oh, so how about item I2?
I2, okay. Item number I2 will be removed from the consent agenda. I make a motion.
No.
Nope.
I didn't have anything on that one. I don't,
I know, so I think it needs to be stricken, it's
It
really.
needs to be stricken. They did not bring in their bond.
Yeah,
okay.
that's all I meant, so
Okay.
it may not need to be, it doesn't need to be handed separately.
Okay, it needs just to be stricken from that.
I think so, I just saw the blanks.
Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I was wondering about that.
All right. Then make a motion to approve the consent agenda, striking item I2.
Second.
Motion second for approval of consent agenda as amended.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 5, discussion of possible action on any items removed from the consent agenda. Being no action on that agenda item. Item number 6, discussion of possible action on charter oak oil and gas well sites regarding noise, including the Juanita 1-27-34-3XH and the Dude 1-27-2215XH, property location 0.28 miles west of the intersection of Southwest 24th and US 62 on South 24th Street, then 1 mile north on the Leash Road. Before we get any public comment concerning this agenda item, I wanted to go through just a few things for clarification purposes and to discuss city council's ability to control oil and gas. And there's been a few things brought to my attention, public comments that have been made as to how the operation works. First off, I want to discuss the Oklahoma Surface Damage Act a little bit. Basically, Oklahoma has what they call the Oklahoma Surface Damage Act, which basically allows oil and gas companies to drill to get to their minerals. Typically what happens, they will contact landowners in the area where they have decided that they're going to drill. By this time, normally they're several $1 million into acquiring leasehold in that area. And if they find a willing participant, they'll make a deal with them. If they don't, then they will file suit at district court and against somebody where they pick out is a good location. And then that allows them via the Oklahoma Surface Damage Act to begin drilling operations without the consent of the landowner. I'm pretty attuned to how it works because It happened to me one time. I didn't want a well on a farm, and they came in and said, you can agree or we're going to start drilling. And they filed suit at the county courthouse, and they came in and started moving dirt. And we settled up later. So they have a right to drill, and oftentimes, I don't want to say there's a gun to their head, but oftentimes the landowners have no say in whether or not they drill in those locations or not. So much of the time, it's better to try to make a deal with them rather than to fight them in district court. And also, once the deal has been made, once they sign a lease with the landowner has absolutely no control over that site whatsoever. The oil company controls everything that happens on that site. The second thing that's brought to my attention is on this same tract of land, very near the Dude and Juanita, is proposed disposal well. Many people in the area have received notification of this proposed disposal well. That well has not been approved. That well is not active. It's still the side of an old oil and gas vertical well. There's no activity on that well, so there is no noise emanating from the proposed site of the disposal well. So when we first got into horizontal drilling coming to Oklahoma and coming to Newcastle, we still had statutes in place or ordinances in the city of Newcastle that were actually tailored towards vertical wells. We had a 300-foot setback. And so when the first ones came to town, it was kind of a surprise because they're quite a bit noisier than a vertical well, especially when they get to completion and they are fracking. There was a few cities and towns that decided to challenge the oil and gas industry several years ago. And due to that, the oil and gas industry went to the Oklahoma legislature, and they got legislation passed that basically neutered the ability of cities and towns to have a great deal of control over drilling for oil and gas in city limits. Now, they left cities with the ability to regulate certain things: roadway, traffic, fencing, odors, noise being some of those, with the caveat that any limits we put on those had to be reasonable. And in talking with members of the oil and gas industry, their reasonableness is a lot different maybe than the adjacent residents' reasonableness. And the only way to determine reasonableness is in the court of law, is what we've been told. So the city has the ability to regulate to a certain extent, but we don't have the ability to stop them from drilling, nor do we have the ability to make them cease drilling when they have begun drilling. The best we can do is try to get the best protections for the citizens before they start drilling. We do have things in place where we can provide citation if they exceed the limits. That's a $249 fine. That's not going to stop them drilling. Our ordinance does have provisions in there that we can provide 10 days notice if they refuse or if they continue to exceed that. And at that point in time, we can have a hearing after that 10 days has elapsed to potentially revoke the permit. Revoking the permit will not stop the drilling. They have full rights with the Oklahoma Corporation Commission to drill. And like I said earlier, they've got millions and millions of dollars invested. And should the city do something to stop them from or cease their drilling operations, we could be liable for millions and millions of dollars worth of potential damages. So we worked for about 6 years with Oklahoma oil and gas industry, with our state legislation or legislators, our senators and representatives, with every municipal entity around the Oklahoma City area. And we had meetings where we had, everybody came together and we tried to figure out what was reasonable, what was acceptable as reasonable for us and the industry. We could never come up with anything that everybody agreed on. So we're kind of here trying to do the best we can and be reasonable. And we're going to continue to work on that. So another thing that was brought up was that something wasn't published. Any new well site location is published in the Newcastle Pacer. It is not published at Purcell. It's not published anywhere else. It's published in the Newcastle Pacer. It has the location of the well, the oil company's name, the owner's name, and the date of hearing with the Planning Commission. So that is done. There is public notice. Those closest to that will receive a notice as well to come to the planning commission if they're within a certain radius. So those are kind of the things we have to deal with. Now, the site we're talking about, that site has 16-foot sound walls, blanketed sound walls, around 3 sides and a portion of the 4th side. The remainder of that site, where there is no sound wall, has an open berm, and that's why a sound wall wasn't required there. The city has been out to the location multiple times. City manager, assistant city manager have been on site with the oil and gas company. I've been out in the area with the city manager and with the assistant city manager. We've driven down the streets. We've listened to the noise. We've got our iPhones out and we've saw what our iPhone noise meters say. I have 2 different noise meters downloaded on my phone. When I was at the closest residence to this, one of my noise meters said 81. One of them said 70. There was 11 decibel difference between the 2 noise meters when we took readings out there. So we don't do anything based off of iPhone noise apps. It has to be certified equipment. It has to be calibrated. It has to meet a certain standard. And so we received a complaint on this location. We reached out to the oil and gas company. This was on a Friday afternoon. Due to it being Friday afternoon, they came out Monday and they started the required 24-hour continuous monitoring. It was not a point in time. It was continuous monitoring for 24 straight hours. From around noon one day to around noon the next day. And then they provided us with a report after that was done. Said we didn't bust the 75 decibel. Well, looking at the report, it became apparent that that report was an average of that 24-hour period of time rather than a detailed report showing what the noises were throughout the entirety of that 24-hour period. So we went back to the company. We requested that data. We requested the data for that 24-hour period, which was provided to us. It took them a couple of days to get the data, to get it put in a graph and to do these things. That data reflected for a 3-hour period. It was from about midnight to 3 a.m. overnight that there was a period of time that they exceeded the 75 decibel. That's what we have used as a basis to cite them in the citation that's been given to them. The oil and gas company, they have some concerns about some of the readings. They took not just at the side of the protected use, which is over 1,000 feet away. They also took readings in 4, I believe, other locations out there. Some of those locations that were closer to the well site actually had lower readings than the ones that were further away. There's probably somebody that was a sound expert could tell us why, but there is a change in elevation adjacent to that location. The people that are being impacted are on a higher elevation than the pad. So there's a good chance some of that sound was going over the top of those 16-foot sound walls. So had the houses adjacent been lower, there's a good chance that it wouldn't have been near as loud at those locations. So we've discussed this with the oil and gas company in depth multiple times. Oil and gas companies, when they provide their proposals to drill, part of that application process or part of the process as we move through it is a sound study and then a sound mitigation plan. What are they going to do to mitigate sound that is emitting from that location? So they remarked to us that they were in compliance with their sound mitigation plan. And they were. They put up 16-foot sound walls. They were in compliance with that. The thing about it is with this equipment that all companies use, whether they use Halliburton or Cut or whomever they use to finish their well to do the fracking, it's all going to be about the same loud. It's all going to be loud, and there's not a lot they can do to make that equipment not as loud. So we're at a position now to where we've got data that shows that for a period of time during that completion process, it was louder than it was supposed to be. It was louder than the 75 decibel. It was something that their sound mitigation plan did not control the sound as effectively as we would like for it to have. So you'll see tonight, after this item is discussed, proposal is on the agenda that would require that all newly permitted wells are surrounded by a 24-foot sound wall on all sides, acoustical blanketed sound wall on all sides. So that, and we've seen with this well, sound travels, you know, we've required, right now, our requirements are that if your protected use is in excess of 1,000 feet from the well, you don't have to put sound walls up on that side. Well, we're going to change that. Well, we're proposing to change that. It depends on if it's voted in tonight. It would require a 24-foot sound wall around all sides. Hopefully, that additional 8 feet of sound wall would capture some of that noise that's been flowing over the top, potentially, of a 16-foot sound wall. But remember, that equipment is a certain amount of loud. We can do what we can to try to control the loud. We can never make the loud go away. It may be 70, 72 decibels. You know, it's still going to be loud. It's still going to be loud enough that it bothers you, that you don't like it. But we cannot reasonably, once again, going back to reasonable, we cannot reasonably expect them to do a whole lot more because that equipment is what it is as far as for being loud. So our goal through all of this is to do everything we can to get the mitigation in place, to keep as much of that sound as possible on the location, and it be as less intrusive as possible to the surrounding neighbors. So with that said, I think that's all I wanted to start out with. Does council have any comments on this agenda item?
I agree with most of what you have said here, Mayor.
I would expect any less.
I know. And maybe, I mean, I think my discussion's more on when we get to the ordinance that we're talking about. So as in what's happening here, I think the measurements that you guys have proposed, that you're proposing, I don't know if they're willing to do that, to go above and beyond what that mitigation is. I feel like in our ordinance, it states that at any point in time, we can change that. If it's not meeting, if it's still a nuisance, I believe there's a paragraph that says that we have the right to change those parameters. Like I always read through earlier.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
Well-
because if it's not, if what's mitigated, the plan is working, it's not working, then an audible needs to be, just because they submitted this mitigation plan and said, yep, we've done it, we've told you how we're gonna handle it. Well, it happens, and then you got an elevation that wasn't accounted for, that these sound walls aren't protecting. And we've noticed that now we've got a 3-hour period in the middle of the night that is all averaging right around the 80 decibel level throughout. And I don't think it's reasonable that the citizens have to put up with it.
Not only, that's why I think it's reasonable that we require
Yeah.
taller sound walls.
No, I do, but I think it needs to be, it has to be a fluidity. We can't, nothing is static where you say, you gotta do this, and this is gonna fix it. It's gotta be a way that goes, look, this is the permissibility that we have for our citizens to build. We understand we're gonna be inconvenienced. We understand they have every right to come in here and drill and do. But the citizens have every right to demand that their life not completely be turned upside down. I mean, when we're talking about decibel levels, 60 decibel level. I mean, that says that we're sitting here 3 foot from each other, having a conversation, normal conversation, 3 foot from each other. I don't think I'd want to be sitting in my chair, watching TV, and having 2 people having a conversation sitting right next to me the whole time. I mean, it would be detrimental. And noise isn't, I keep hearing people talk about the effect of long-term noise. We're not talking about damage as in hearing damage here. We're talking about damages in mental capacity. We're talking about damages and inconvenience of just not being able to, it'll drive you crazy, the things going on around. So it's got to be, but 70 decibel is like, it's a noisy room. It'd be like if you're in a classroom with kids talking, that's 70 decibels. I dang sure don't want to sit in my backyard and listen to that all the dang time of that. So, I mean, I think we got to talk more about actually our noise levels, which I know that's going to cause definitely conversation. Because I don't think our current at 75 is reasonable for our citizens. But I also don't think that if the oil companies have given us a mitigation plan, said this is what we're going to do, and then we find out that that mitigation plan isn't working, I don't say that we're stuck with that mitigation plan.
Well, can I read it? I pulled it up. It says, if we're in compliance with the approved production mitigation plan and a violation still occurs, the operator will be given 24 hours to notice to correct the violation from an identified source before a citation is issued. Additional extensions of 24-hour grace period may be granted in the event that the source of violation cannot be identified after reasonable diligence by the operator.
So
Which
we
I read it as
identified
they're in compliance with
the plan, but we've identified that
It's
the
still not
noise is
working.
outside, and so they
Right.
need to come up with a different plan.
Did I read that right? Did I interpret that right, Joe?
I think you did.
You did. But right now, if we give them 24 hours and they don't do anything, then we can provide them notice that we will have a hearing, have a special meeting in 10 days. So, here we're 12 days into the situation where that noise can continue potentially. And even if we, at that hearing, decide to revoke their permit, they're not going to stop fracking if they're in the middle of a fire.
Can I point out one thing
Yeah.
real quick? You read that from 113.071, is that correct?
Well, it's in two
070.
places. It's in 071, 4, but I saw it back under 070
0704.
4 as well.
Okay. Just making clear, because you mentioned production plan, mitigation.
Oh,
plan.
sorry, yeah, I probably read it wrong. The same wording's in both,
Yeah,
but
same.
sorry. So yes, yeah,
070's got the same word.
Yes.
And by the way, may I ask you, your comment about 24-foot walls, that's for a period of time, right? Not a permanent
That's
structure,
during drilling and completion.
drilling completion.
Yes. And so my goal is to do everything we can to make sure that we don't exceed. That there isn't, that whatever mitigation we do, and the more data we get, we've got a 24-hour period of time now that we've seen that in this instance, the 16-foot sound walls did not work. So we moved to 24-foot sound walls. So after 24-foot sound walls, what options do we have?
Well, we're not the experts.
I know. That's why.
No, that's why they're required, they shouldn't be required to employ either third party so the levels are there. This is what is permissible. It's your job to get it done within our permissible levels. That's your responsibility. It's not our responsibility to tell them how to build this rocket ship. It's their responsibility to get everything underneath and to just say it's not. It's ridiculous, because other municipalities do require and hold them accountable. Different states, I get. I know legislation here is a little bit different. But when we talk about reasonableness, when an area state can have stuff in place that tells you that it's reasonable, that it can be done. And for them to point to us and say, well, tell us how to do it, that's not our job. It's the job of employing a sound expert that comes out, does a topographical survey of everything that's going on, takes the elevations into account, the trees, everything else that goes on, and I'd say, look, when you guys start doing this, we know the sound levels you're going to create. As you said, it's consistent. They know what they're going to create. So here's what you need to do to make sure you do not affect dwelling A, B, C, or D.
depending on the layout
Right.
of the terrain, because
But
that's gonna
it's
change
science.
every time, depending on the terrain.
It's science.
That's
It's
where I
not,
have a hard
it's not this big, now there's different sound, we all understand vibrations are different and different levels and all these different things happen. But to me, we put a decibel level that should be reasonable for our citizens to be able to put up with. And it's, I don't think we are asking an unreasonable task of that somebody not have a schoolroom for the kids sitting in the living room with them while they're trying to have lunch. And so with that, it's up to that industry to come up with solutions that affect that. If you are choosing to come into these municipalities and choosing to drill within these confines, then these citizens have rights. Now, they can't keep them from drilling, but they have rights to not be nuisanced to an extent by the operations. And that's where I think, and do I think they're gonna fight? I think it's hard pressed for that an oil company's gonna stand up and say, they're gonna fight us in court and say, you know what, we're gonna fight you because I'm creating too much noise for these guys over here, so I'm gonna fight you on that. And we're gonna go to court because I think public opinion will absolutely whip their butt all day.
So, you know, and I don't disagree with you, but just like in this instance, the way things are and the way we have a hearing and the way that we do things for a penalty, we're 10, 12, 15 days down the road before we really can do anything other than fine them $249. So that's why I think it's important we do is, on a baseline, we do as much as possible. And that's where the raising the walls to 24 feet, I think is a good idea. And then from there, as a whole, and then if their study says that's not adequate, then they do more.
Well, but this is the reason why I'm a heavy advocate for requiring, and we somewhat say it in ordinances, doing a noise mitigation plan and doing all this other stuff, but it's not detailed out where they actually identify the terrain, do all this stuff where this is what this is how we're going to keep this decibel level under this amount at this location. And those are it's very common study to be done, that you go out and be handled that way. So to me, I don't like a one size fits all, like 24 foot on everything that's going to protect us. I like it better than what we're doing, what we got. I mean, we're definitely moving in that right direction. But it could be where they only got to put a 24-foot wall up on a quarter of their property, because that's where the sound's going to funnel to. And that's all they got to handle, because it's not going to do anything else over here.
So I would say, Tommy, we've been burned on by not specifying the minimum steps to do, because everyone thinks maybe 3 sides is enough, and then we find out later on, no matter how much they study, how many studies they do, if they do leave one side open, because that's the study they went to, we've been burned on the fact that that noise still affects people.
Wow.
So I'm of the impression, and we've been told by the people drilling in here, you know, we're following your ordinance. So I think what I heard in the mayor's comments is seek to do what we can physically, where we can observe that part has been done. If you want to leave that other caveat in, that wouldn't change his proposal at all. If there's a caveat in there that we still require more after that, I don't have confidence that we can respond quickly enough to anyone can actually affect that after the fact. I mean, our biggest opportunity is to establish parameters when they start, and then always never give up on trying to do more. But to leave anything wide open, or to not do our best on getting something established, then I'm not confident that we can pivot quickly enough. I'm not, and I don't know, it may be all over the place, but I've not heard any of the other communities around here who have been effective in addressing and mitigating the exception once it went over.
Well, my opinion is everybody is, and maybe rightfully so, is scared to death to go up against oil companies. They're scared.
Well, whatever reason is, we have 10 cities, and some of our citizens have asked us, what have y'all been doing? We have 10 or 11 communities around us, and we've seen all of theirs. There are major cities that have no decibel level requirement at all. Major cities.
Oklahoma City.
And we have some small,
Oklahoma City doesn't.
Oklahoma City
I
doesn't,
just looked.
Norman doesn't. So I'm not saying
Reno does.
that doesn't make them right.
Yeah.
But the ones that have real strong language, I don't have any confidence that it's strong language. And I mean, you know, there's some cities not too far from us to one direction or the other I won't mention, but they've got strong language. And I've talked to the residents, I don't think they've been successful with adjudicating that, or whatever the right term is, of doing it. So the oil companies have stood here and told us, we've done what you told us to do, and that's all we were required to do. Now, if we want to go through the next level and fine and everything like that, I'm open to hearing about that, but I still think we need to set pretty strong standards to begin with. And then that at least gives us something that we can see, touch, and feel as to whether or not they've complied.
Well, that's the reason why I want different than just generic noise study and a mitigation. And because right now, the only mitigation plans they're doing is they're reading our ordinances. And they're saying, we're gonna put up a 16-foot sound wall because that's what ordinance tells us to do. They're not telling me that, they're not looking at it and saying that noise is gonna travel in this direction at this point because of the terrain and everything else. I want something put in place that says, we're gonna manage this decibel level this way, because that's what's required. And up front, you say the only time you do it is get it up front, let's get that done up front, where we have a professional service that says, this is what you need to do to keep this underneath the decibel level
For
that it
this
is.
site, with
For
this
this
terrain.
specific
I would
site.
love for that to come from the Corporation Commission of the state, but you have probably 19 different drilling companies would have their own 19 different approaches to it. I just don't know how it will be, how
Well,
effective it
I
can
mean,
be.
we can't affect the Corporation Commission, but we have the right to be to affect reasonable expectations of these drilling companies. And I'm telling you, the cost of the noise studies, all that stuff is so minimal. I mean, and I said it, and I think that I'm still gonna charge on this, that they should be required to do 24/7 testing. I don't care if it's,
Well-
let's just say it's $300 a day. We've been told that to drill and complete those, 4 wells that's on the other side, it's gonna be 60 days. We're talking, what, $15,000? That's nothing.
So,
That's absolutely nothing.
along that line then, is it unreasonable to say, or are we able to say, then we want a specific sound study done based on particular terrain? Is that reasonable for us to ask to get the result that we're looking for?
I think it's very
It sounds
reasonable.
like it offhand to me, but I know it's easy to say things offhand. I will note that we have, now, keeping in mind what Gene just said, that are they able to police this, other cities? But like, I just went back through what we had worked on here, and we're at 75. El Reno has like a two periods a day, 70 and 60. Blanchard has 90 and 70, 90 obviously during the day, 70 at night. Tuttle's at 70 and 50. Theirs is a distance, 70 for 500 foot or less. So we have some room to move down a little bit if we wanted to. Now, but it goes back to what Gene just said. Can we police that? But it is an effort. Like, I think we got room, and I think it's, an argument to the oil companies. We're just trying to be consistent with everybody else around.
Guys, data is ammunition. Data is very, very, very valuable.
Mhm.
If we can get them to that where they have to do 24/7 noise monitoring, we have that. We have, most noise ordinances for decibel levels in neighborhoods are in the 50 to 55 range. We're 75 for these neighborhoods right now. To me, it's way too high of an expectation for them to live. But when you have that data, when you have that empirical data that shows that they are consistently, at 80 decibels over an 8-hour period, that's hearing loss. So now we are getting into hearing loss. I'd never say it's okay for us to have 80 decibel levels for a long period of time during the day, because that's hearing loss for everybody around. So we're gonna go out and hand out earmuffs for our citizens. That's not reasonable for us.
Mhm.
So, and I know this is gonna be a fight. I know this isn't gonna be easy. But I feel like, hey, let's say we don't have any teeth. We can't enforce any of this, but I'm darn sure we can sit here and tell our citizens, this is what we put up in place. This is what we have. And we're not being allowed to enforce what we have here because the Corporation Commission, y'all need to take your fight up to the time. But we're doing everything we can, but they've not given us any teeth to enforce it. But we put in place
Well,
everything we do.
I think we're saying similar things, because I feel that way too, and I really like the idea about having the data.
Yeah.
Why should our citizens have to call in and say, is measured? I'd like to have that data on hand. I'm just saying, let's don't discount the value of setting some standards, physical standards
No, I agree with
to
that.
begin with, and then complement it with data. But if we just leave it wide open and just say it's all on them to do that, I think we're gonna have a tough thing. And the part about not being able to police it, I think that's what's frustrating our citizens.
Sure it is.
They've told us, if it's your ordinance, you ought to be able to make it work. And you ought to, and I don't think we had, I'm not confident that we've been able to or would be able to.
We've been refused, we've been refused access to all sites. Nothing's happened. We've been, to try to go monitor and enforce ordinances in the past that we told we built. So there's a lot to be said there. I mean, they honestly can do, but my point is we can create the environment that we want this to be versus that we expect. Whether the Corporation Commission of the state of Oklahoma allows us to enforce those is
What
on
more-
them. But then it becomes a public, then with the data showing us where we are, then we've got to fight to be able to go to the public to say, look, this is what's happening. This is
If
what
we did
guys
require a
don't do.
24-foot wall, if we did, I don't even know how, but if we did, and they did exceed that to, 800 feet away, what do we know what they could do to
I
mitigate
don't,
it?
but I
any
promise
further?
you sound experts do. It might be 24-foot walls closer because it's all about an angle and lip. So it might be bringing walls in closer. It might be doing double insulation walls where it does, I don't know. That's not for me to know. I don't need to know.
Correct.
But I promise you, it's doable. Now, the cost is a different situation. Where does the cost come into play? But my point is that it shouldn't, I mean, when we were doing vertical wells, even though, and they required her, but those things lasted 30 days max,
Oh, 45.
45 days, they're done. We're drilling how many wells on a single pad? I mean, we're talking 2 or 3 years of citizens are having to be put up with this. We're not asking them just to put up with it for a month. No, it's just not.
And like we've talked about, I think we do need to have a special meeting like we planned to discuss just notice and have some experts in here because I don't know most of what you're talking about. I have no idea.
I stared at you, trust me.
I do. But I think we need to get an expert in the field here to guide us through some of this stuff, especially if we're going to require the type of, and to tell us what type of study and mitigation plan we really need. And so I know we kind of got off down a rabbit hole on this one, but I think we still need to plan on doing that for that. The 24-foot sound wall proposal that we're going to look at here in another agenda item, that's to do as much as we can up front. And then as we move on down the line and we meet with the experts and they can tell us those things and answer those questions, hopefully, that we've got. And then we get something that in place that's well thought out and has the experts behind it to move forward.
Well, I mean, that 24/7 noise monitoring is very reasonable, and it doesn't need extensive, like, this is doable. It's very doable. It's being done in multiple municipalities in Texas. And it would give us data that we don't have to wait 24 hours. So you talk about timeliness, that we run out of time, because we get a complaint from a citizen, we turn around and issue the warning or not citation, but we tell the old company, well, it's typically going to take 72 hours to get something set up, depending on what it is. That goes, and then they do that for 24 hours, and then it comes back and it has to go to reporting, all that. So you're a week. So, but if we have this on daily, on 24/7, we don't lose that week.
But how do
We
you,
know what we got.
we may have talked about this, I just forgot. 24/7 from
24 hours a day, 7 days a
From
week,
what
from
point of the-
drilling to the end of completion.
physically from what point? I mean, that's the other issue. It's very different experience for someone on this side than this
Well, I
side.
think they would have to put up a
Like, how does that work?
4 or 5,
That's what we need the experts to come in here and tell
Well, I
us
mean,
when we
but
discuss that.
I mean, it sounds great, but then I start sitting here thinking, and then I climb into the weeds, and then I'm like,
Right, well, like I said, we're not experts and
no,
we need people that know what they're doing to come tell us
yeah,
how that needs to be
right.
worded in our ordinance. If we want to go that way to make sure that we're doing it correctly. 'Cause we've taken several stabs, we've copied other or leaned heavily on other communities' ordinances. They took a lot of time developing and we're still not where we need to be.
Right.
And so I think we need to get the experts in here and make sure we do it right. When we start talking about the monitoring in that aspect. And so we kind of got offline a little bit on this particular agenda item, although it's all relative. But any other comments on this particular siding?
I just feel like we need to, in our monitoring, we need to know what the well, inside the wall, what that level is inside the wall and then outside the wall, to make sure even the wall's working properly. I mean, some of the data that, some of the information that was sent to us from one of the drilling companies, only showed that they're gonna use a wall that breaks it back by 10 decimals. Well, if you're running 90 to 100 decimals, you're still breaking the ordinance.
Right.
And that doesn't seem, I mean, do they gonna have to lay multiple walls inside there to break this sound?
Well, and
Yeah.
that's why our ordinance does specify in, the certain standards of the sound wall. And I don't know whether the sound wall that's out there now meets those standards. I have no idea.
I mean, it'd be nice to know what, I know that they had some locations close to that wellhead with the sound deal, but I never seen the data. I don't think I saw that data.
It was in the data that you were provided. There were some of them.
I think it's 5, 6, and 4, 5, and 6, or 5, 6, and 7. That there was no data tied to it. Maybe I overlooked it.
Very well looked, because the data for some of those that were closer than the protected use was actually a lesser level than that protected use. And the graph that you did see had all of those on there. Only one of those levels on that graph was the protected use. The others were very close in. The red, which is high, it was very close in. The only one that really mattered there was the blue one on that graph. So, all right. At this time, I will open it up for public comment. Remind anybody that proposes a comment that the same rules apply for this as the other public comments that I've read to you. And all speakers shall address the council, not to any individual in the gallery or any other individual. All comments shall be made for council. If you do decide to speak, please state your name and address for the public record. The clerks will keep the time. They will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And then also she will notify you when your time is up. So at this time, are there any individuals who wish to make any comment concerning agenda item number 6? Any potential public comment?
I'd like to just ask a question real quick if I could. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Please state your name and address
Yes.
for the record.
My name is Patricia Sharinga, and I live at 2112 Lakeview Drive in Newcastle, Oklahoma. I know, Kevin, you have heard my name several times this past week or 2 weeks when I've called and made complaints about the noise
Just to be
level.
clear, ma'am, you've never spoke to me.
I'm sorry.
You spoke to the other Kevin that is in our planning department.
Oh, no. Hello, Kevin. So my apologies to you for having to listen to me. I believe that I'm probably the closest house to the well that is between 24th Street, Southwest 24th and Southwest 16th Street. And the noise level was great in my house. They may have noise blankets around the site itself, but I have noise blankets in my windows with pillows up in my windows with chairs up against them, trying to drown out this noise. It has been an unbelievable inconvenience. For 3.5 weeks, I have listened to this, and I can tell you that my mental status went way down after 1 week of it, very, very quickly. And it has not been a great experience. I can't imagine what the people are going through that have been experiencing that for more than 2 or 3 years. That would be enough to drive anyone mad. The first night it came on, it's like we did not receive any notice whatsoever. Maybe it was in the newspaper. I did call the Pacer today and found out they have 2,100 subscribers, and this is a population of what here in Newcastle? A little over 10,000.
Probably close to 12,800 total.
Okay,
children
so about
included.
12,800 people in Newcastle, and 2,100 people would have had the opportunity to see that in the Pacer. I know that my neighbor also did not receive a notice that this thing was coming either, and we did receive one for the commercial disposal site. Received that last week, but I didn't receive anything on the current one. I knew about it the day that it started when my husband and I were sitting in the living room watching TV. And I said, oh my gosh, what just happened? Did an airplane land in our backyard? And I jumped up and ran to the back door. That thing is loud. And the fact that you're saying that it is under 75 decibels just seems like a joke to me, that they would say that this is something that a person could tolerate at all times. It was insane. And so I guess that's just the comment that I want to make, and I would like to know your name. So Tommy Clay. So Tommy Clay, nice to meet you. I appreciate your comments, and I think that one of the points that he was trying to make is that what we have is not acceptable. That 75 decibels is not an acceptable level. If that's 75 decibels, you can't live with that. And so it needs to be a lot lower. If we have the ability to set that at 60, then it should be lowered. Thank you for your time. Sorry.
Hi, so my name is Dr. Sherry Marcham. I reside at 1516 Jordan Drive in Newcastle. And I just want to throw some questions out there for you to consider. My area of expertise is occupational health and safety. And so when you're throwing around numbers like 75 dB, my question to you is 75 dB where? At what location? Because distance has a great impact on the receiver, right? So is 75 dB at the property line?
It's at the exterior boundary of the protected use, which would be a home, or in this, it's typically a home. So it's the exterior boundary of that residence.
Not at the property line, in the home itself.
Exterior boundary of the home, outside the home.
Right. Okay. So as long
Typically,
as
they do it at the property line, which is going to be closer to the well, so they won't have to get on private property and go right up to the house. But that actually is closer to where
so as long as that's defined, but 75 dB at the property line is what EPA had said in previous regulations, and EPA doesn't enforce that anymore. But yes, it needs to be defined where, right? The next thing is, can you make sure you define what a sound wall is? Because what we have across the street from our house are cargo boxes that are an eyesore. We were promised a 16-foot sound wall. We did not get that. And there are huge gaps in those between the cargo boxes. So I think it's really important that when you say a 24-foot sound wall, you define what that means. It's not 3 cargo boxes stacked high, which become an eyesore. I do think that you need to think about after the drilling, which, bless your heart, right? During the drilling, that's a problem. But then after the drilling, when they take those 24-foot sound walls down, what kind of eyesore are they going to leave? And I do believe that we all have the right to reasonable enjoyment of our property. And that is nuisance. You use the right terms. That is a nuisance. And if she's experienced what she's describing, that's not reasonable enjoyment of the property. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
What was your last name, ma'am?
Marcham.
Marcham, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Paul Trimble. I'm a lawyer in Oklahoma City. My address is 5510 North Francis, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Mr. Earl, could you pull that microphone up just a little bit? Thank you.
Absolutely. Is that better?
That's better, thank you.
Yeah, I have a small oil and gas practice in Oklahoma City, and I do some work here and there for Charter Oak. It's important for you and the group here to know that Charter Oak is present today and listening and hearing all this. I am compelled to address a few comments. When we got word that there was going to be an agenda item on this, I think it was Friday that we got that word, and then we looked at the agenda over the weekend. We prepared some remarks for the council, and that pivoted a bit today because a citation has in fact been entered today. So we're now off into the realm of municipal court, and I think our hearing date there is May 2nd on that. So I'm going to kind of pivot here just a bit. I am compelled to briefly address a couple of things. First of all, the notion that the conclusion that I think is that came from the report, the work that was done by the noise consultant for Charter Oak, it did in fact show that there were some incidental spikes between that 12 and 3 a.m. period. But one would think the conclusion drawn from that, at the location closest to protected use, one would conclude that something's going on over here at the location. And there would be some correlation between what was going on at the location and at the protected use, which is 1,000 feet away. There are also a couple intervening, I believe you alluded to this, a couple intervening locations in between the location and the protected use. So there were 4 measurements there. One would think that those spikes at the protected use would correlate across an entire spectrum. And the data that we dug out and we're prepared to show anybody in any level of detail doesn't line up with that. The measurements at the location and in between the location and the protected use, it doesn't correlate because there are not those spikes. The conclusion to be drawn from that, and again, we will beef this up before we go to May 2nd, but the conclusion to be drawn from that is there can be all kinds of external influences that might be resulting in those spikes near the protected use. We also did some work, and I'm glad to share this with anybody who's interested. Wind has a factor on this. We did a detailed analysis that we were prepared to present to City Council tonight that shows what the wind direction was during that midnight to 3 a.m. period. And the wind was and it wasn't just a mild wind. It wasn't like the wind we had last week, but it was a steady 15-mile-an-hour wind with gusts up to 30 miles an hour blowing from the northwest. So when the protected use is north of the location, things like that all go into this analysis. The topography. And again, have not drilled down into the topography, but I've heard that alluded to here. And we will be prepared to address that. My point in making all these remarks is that there's a lot more to this story than the fact that there might be isolated incidents where the threshold is above, or the measurement was above 75 decibels. But one would think that the reason for that was activity at the location, and the data that we're seeing just doesn't line up with that. I'll end, I presume I'm getting close here, that
I'll grant you a little extra time since you are with the
okay.
applicant, and this is concerning that site.
I'm with Newcastle. Do I get extra time? I'm an actual citizen.
As an aside, if I were council, if I were in the audience, one thing I would want to know is where are you in the process? And the actual fracking operations aren't done. They're done. I have to drill out a couple of bits there, but in terms of the fracking operation, it is complete. So we're it's toward the end. Lastly, the comment I want to make on the topography, the studies we've done to this point show that sound travels down, and the protected use is at a higher elevation than the location. And so there's just a lot of data in this stuff that just doesn't line up with those incidental spikes that we saw admittedly during that midnight to 3 a.m. period. And I admit that's unfortunate. That it happened then. But the fact that we saw them then, the data just doesn't line up with what we're seeing actually at the location, and as significantly at those measurement points in between the location and the protected use, which is much closer to a road. And I'm certainly not certainly not prepared to say that anything that happened on that road. That's the kind of analysis that we're prepared to do. So in wrapping all of this up, it's important, Mayor, I agree with most of what you said in your opening remarks. I'm very grateful for that, but it's important to Charter Oak. It's important to the oil and gas companies. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be good neighbors, and that's important to us. And it's not a situation where people are coming in here cavalierly saying, hey, this is what it's going to be. I hope that's not what my comments are perceived to be, because they are not that. It's important for us to be a good neighbor here. And so, again, I'm glad to share this information with anybody on the council. I'm glad to share this information with anybody here. Again, we worked hard to prepare some remarks based on the agenda item. That did pivot a bit today when we got the citation, and so we'll be prepared to address that in early May. So, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any other public comment concerning this agenda item? All right, seeing that, I will close the public comment on this agenda item. At this point in time, I don't know that we have any action to take. The attorney says no. There'll be no action on agenda item number 6. Move to agenda item number 8, which has been moved ahead of agenda item number 7. Items 8 and 9 have. Item number 8, discussion and possible action on adoption of ordinance number 939 regarding oil and gas drilling regulations, application procedures, processes, and fees.
Well, not to beat a dead horse, but I got my club. I believe the attorney here actually helped make a point for me, either willingly or not, but so the fact that we've got a snippet in time of a 24-hour period of this well site as a snippet of just, it can be construed as he did, and he's doing his job of painting a picture of what could this possibly be, because we've just got a snapshot of what we got. So without the data, which shows us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, this is where we're at. And in those studies that they have somebody, when they get spikes above, they have actual individuals who go on, listen to determine what that noise, is it noise from the use, or is it from a lawnmower, is it from, and so they're able to pull that stuff out. So it's not just something sitting up there and someone go there and banging pans or run a lawnmower right next to it all the time. They're monitored and audited things that can happen, so they can get rid of that miscellaneous noise that may be causing some of those spikes. Like I said, man, I'm just, we have talked about this and we've kicked it, we've talked about it. I think, I put out a letter 2 years ago that I reissued, 6 months ago? So 2 years ago, I asked for 24/7 noise monitoring.
Yes.
And we've kicked it and we've kicked it and we've kicked it. We said we need more. I'm just telling you right now, I'm not gonna agree for anything unless it's got 24/7 noise monitoring. That's just where I'm at. We deserve to have the data. I think it's reasonable. I think it's financially is reasonable, and it gives us the ability to help paint a picture of what citizens are actually going through. So I'm not willing to vote for anything unless we actually get real about how we're going to monitor this stuff.
Well, but I think we need the proper guidelines to
We've had
determine
2
the
years, Mayor.
24/7.
No offense. I mean, it's 2 years we've been talking about this and we haven't done anything. I'm just saying, it's just, there is guidelines, but we could put it in the ordinance if this is required. And we can start that, it's gonna happen. I promise you, it's a pickup of a phone and talking to a noise consultant and say, we need 24/7 noise monitoring, and this is what we're gonna be. We need to at least have it in 4 quadrants that goes in different directions. We're mainly on the use, but those simple things, those little details, I'm not prepared to vote on any well that we can't hold accountable to some things. I'm just tired. I'm tired of us, in my mind, pandering to the oil companies in a way of being worried that we're going to offend them and we're going to end up in district court. I'm ready to put our foot down and say, let's do something, because all we heard it last time, we're fulfilling your ordinances. We're doing exactly what you've asked us to do. What do you expect us to do more? So I want to ask for more. I want more.
Any other council comments concerning this?
How would you articulate that? What would you, did you?
Well, I believe in the ordinance I pulled up in Fort Worth, it basically just says that a required 24/7 monitored noise monitoring service would be required from drilling to completion.
So
It's
you're
simple as that.
proposing we adopt that language and then flesh it out? in
Well,
terms
if we
of
adopt
what
the
it
language
means?
that's required, and then again, we're doing all this as if we have to be the experts. We don't have to be the experts. We're not expected to be the experts.
No, but you'd have to pin it down sometime, obviously, or
Well, no, that are required to set up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, noise monitoring from drilling to completion. And they're required to go hire that out, and that can be monitored. And I want it to where that we have access to that data daily.
So may I ask you, I'm not arguing, I just,
No,
you
you're
said
fine.
something a few moments ago. I always thought you meant by that measuring it 24 hours, 24/7, a measuring device. You made it sound like, when you're saying monitoring, you made it sound like there would be a human being live monitoring.
Not,
No, but I mean, live monitoring if they saw a spike
if
in
they
it.
see a spike, there's alert, some of the services have where there's alert happens where it spikes above your predetermined, your level. Then someone gets on there, listens to it and determines if it
Oh.
is, someone picks up that, because it's just like on your,
Oh,
like your Ring camera, it'll record, it'll snippet the recording from just before and after. And they get on there and they can tell, they'll be able to tell, was that a lawnmower? Was that a weed eater? Was that a cow with some flatulence? I don't know. I mean, it's just whatever it may or may not be.
Well, so I go back to, I can get behind that, but then I start digging in the weeds again. Placed where? One? Multiples? How do we tell them how
Well,
many?
again, we're not the experts.
But
I don't-
we
we're not
we don't put that in the ordinance.
Well, I'm
They're gonna
telling you
put one and they'll put it where.
No, there's gotta be, so,
I
I'm
mean,
not, you pull up the Fort Worth ordinance right now, and it doesn't stipulate. You
then
gotta
is
have,
it effective then?
yeah,
Like, I
I mean,
want to be
they're not gonna put, we're not, I said it, I don't have a problem putting in there that it's gotta have, that covers every quadrant on there. And if they're, I
Well,
mean,
that's what I'm
I
wondering,
I
like,
would, I mean, if they put, 4 to 6, we can easily, that's determinable. But I'm not the expert to know. I just know that's what we need. We need to build and monitor these sites, to have the daily data, the hourly, the minute by minute data, that we can show that it's not some kid on the street at 3 o'clock in the morning doing something that's causing a thing to go away. Because that's, I mean, when we're doing just these snapshots in time, it opens it all up for speculation. He's easily going to be able to prove that it could have or could not have been from that well. That's easy. That's going to get, because there's enough doubt, because you can't prove specifically that's what caused it. You can't. That's what they're, I mean, and I get, I don't doubt that they want to be good neighbors. They've got a job to do, and their job is to do it and to make as much money. That's a business. Our job is to stand up for our citizens as much as we can. Like I said, I'm a huge oil and gas. My son's a petroleum engineer, works in the industry. My brother-in-law works in the industry. I have no issue with oil and gas. I have an issue with when you decide to do operations within a municipality, we're arm's length of the neighborhoods. The game changes. You have to change. You have to adapt, and it's going to cost more.
would you say this is in lieu of any other restrictions or in addition to?
Well, I'm gonna say that, I want that at least. Where I'm at is data drives. And if we want to do a 24-hour noise blanket, that's fine. I would rather see a detailed audited report that tells us how to handle the noise that's gonna happen, because
right,
I don't think a cookie cutter 24-foot
right.
blanket around the whole thing is actually gonna, it might cost more money than you actually need to spend.
Right.
But but that's better than nothing. And knowing that if we don't do anything else, we require the noise, once they get started, we're not stopping. So we gotta have something there, but at least I wanna be able to have, because I want the data. I want the data to be able to paint a picture, to tell a story of what these citizens are actually having to go through. Because right now, unfortunately, it's a big he said, she said. And everybody thinks that they're right, and we don't have the data to tell anybody is right or different.
Well, I know we talked last time about having, the next meeting we have in the near future we would have a professional at it, or we're not, I mean, that's been our plan, right? I mean, I hear everything you're saying. I agree with it, with the exception that I don't know how many we should tell them to place or where we should place them. And I don't know how we were to tell them that they need to come up with that plan, because I like the idea of the plan, because the diversity of the terrain, we hear it from our people. One person will say, I'm above it or below it, and then another will say, well, it's echoing off the back wall of something. So I agree with that, but I still, and I know it's taken a long time, but I still would like to say, can we nail down a time and date and nail down to have someone here in the very near future?
But we've got multiple wells on the agenda tonight.
I understand, but
That
we
I'm
don't
not
have
wi-
the,
that I'm not willing
I don't think we
to,
have the expertise to have the language to articulate as much as I would like to.
it's pretty
I
simple
think we would be
articulation.
putting-
It's that
throwing
you have
something
to
down there.
require 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, noise monitor.
Well,
That's simple. That's not,
let me play devil's advocate just a moment, because I'm liking what I'm hearing, but if you have that out there and there's 4 points and we're still gonna have residents who hear the noise and come to us.
absolutely.
So are you saying if we do that, then,
Well, so the point is the citizens have asked you, they've asked me, they've asked somebody else, what are you doing?
right,
And right now, what we're doing is that if you complain, then we're gonna call them,
Right.
and they're gonna do a 24-hour noise study, and it's gonna take about a week to get all that done.
right.
And then we're gonna get that back, and we're gonna go,
But if
yep.
if that's not enough, in their opinion, we're still on the hook to.
But there's going to, this isn't a fix-all. It's never going to be, because no matter what we do, this is not gonna be,
Yeah.
this is not gonna be
You're right.
a farmland chirping at you with the crickets and the stuff. It's mechanical equipment in your backyard that wasn't there a month ago. So there's gonna be people upset. I want to be able to sleep at night saying that I have done everything I can do to help mitigate and give them the reasonableness they have. I mean, but like I said, if you've got 80 decibels, where'd my thing go? Cheat sheet. Oh, it was 80 decibels. I mean, that's 80 decibels is the liking of being inside a neighborhood. Just like the lady described, Miss Shringa. Felt like a plane had landed on her house. That's, when you look at 80 decibels is relative to that. If that's what we're okay, and I'm not okay with that. And the oil companies said they're not okay with it either. But the problem is we don't have the data to tell us. Then they're in and out of it, in and out of it, in and out of it, and we're all going. And they sit back and go, hey, we got an average of 65, so we're talking about an average all day long of a 65 was, said it's like a noisy room. I mean, a bunch of people talking in a room. That's your average all day long, all night. That's the average. That's not feasible. I just don't like it. And I just think we need that. I'm tired of keeping it down the street. We're gonna talk about it later. I think a simple addition of requiring 24 hours a day, 7 days monitoring, third party is required, and it needs to be monitored, where they can tell what's miscellaneous noise and what's coming.
And honestly, I mean, when the noise, oil companies need to realize that their business is to be a little quieter in the neighborhood. Let's face that. Now, the problem is, can your equipment be quiet? Can you design equipment to be quiet?
And Mike, can you speak in the microphone, please?
Okay. Can
He's
you?
talking to me.
Oh.
He's whispering in my ear.
I'm whispering in his ear. Pardon me. Solutions to industry is drive by problems. And it seems like the problem is you guys got a noisy situation. And whether the walls go up or the walls don't go up, there's got to be something driving y'all's industry to make it quieter. What can that be? I mean, that's y'all's world. That's where y'all drive from, where you make your money. And if it requires our residents to go to the state capitol and raise heck, then I say they go to the state capitol and raise heck. I mean, y'all went to the capitol and raised heck to be able to drill anywhere you wanted. Make your industry quieter somehow.
Well,
So we don't have these issues.
I'm gonna say that, I mean, we're in Oklahoma, which we all know mineral rights usurp surface rights.
Right.
But there's many other states that aren't that way. Colorado being one, Texas being another. They have much stricter guidelines, and these oil companies still operate.
Yes,
So I'm saying it's doable. It's exceptionally doable.
it's the
But
equipment.
we're allowing them, well, again, yeah, but we're allowing them to operate this way when we know it can be done better. So what you do in the middle of the field and going, I don't care. I mean, that's out there, nobody. But when you're gonna put it in the backyard of somebody's house.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. We're talking about hundreds of houses that are right there. It's just, they've got to do more. And whether we can have the teeth to enforce it, I don't know, but at least we can say that we put this in place and we're holding them accountable as much as we can. If the state tells us we can't, then that's up to the state. At least we can say that we've done everything we can do.
So Jeff. You're writing.
Are you writing down the wording? Because I don't know what to say.
Well, what are your thoughts? Is this something you think we can reasonably put into an ordinance this evening? Adequate enough language that it will provide the oil and gas company information they need to meet the requirements?
So I think some good points have certainly been made, just from a legal perspective. We're not experts, we're not noise experts. We are required to be reasonable. It should be the obligation of the oil and gas operator to bring forth data or a mitigation plan or a mitigation strategy that would be tailored to a particular oil and gas site to be able to fall within the restrictions of the ordinance. That should be the industry's responsibility, not the city's responsibility. So I don't disagree with what you're saying. And there is a section in your ordinance, section 113.053, that talks about operators' responsibilities. So one option might be to consider adding to that first sentence where it talks about the operator's responsibilities, a clause, so that first sentence would read, it shall be the responsibility of the operator to see that all contractors, subcontractors, agents, employees, and other person or entity working on or associated with the well site fully comply with all rules and regulations associated with this chapter. That's the existing language. Perhaps add, comma, including providing noise monitoring data to the city to demonstrate compliance with noise containment and mitigation standards. So we're not defining how often the noise is being recorded. We're not defining exactly how they do it. We're just saying you have to provide a strategy to demonstrate compliance with the containment and mitigation standards.
See, my only issue with that is it's still snapshots in time. I'm never going to be able to choose that. The ability, I'm sorry, I'm staunch that we get that data 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't see, I think it's very reasonable, in my opinion. I think it's language can be very, very easily be put in that requires that type. That's not an uncommon study. It's there. I mean, they do it all the time. I mean, you do it for different periods of time. The study is already there. Like they just did. They put out 5 in a direction towards a dwelling. And we have it. So it's ability to, I think you put in the language that you use noise monitoring 24 hours, 7 days a week, that covers all noise dwellings within, say, 1,000 feet that is pertains. So it's, and one might be able to cover 3 or 4 dwellings or 5, 6, but in all directions where there's dwellings within, say, 1,000 feet, then we got to know in that direction what the noise is going to be. So you don't put a specific, you got to have 6. You say, if there's going to be a dwelling within so many feet of this operation, we have to have the monitor station in that vicinity. So it could be 3, could be 5, could be 8, depending on the topography, depending on the layout of land and what dwellings are around the site. Is that doable language?
Certainly not disagreeing with you, council member, and we can write it however the council wants to have it written. What I'm trying to protect is that provision in the statute that requires reasonableness.
Right.
So who would know better than the industry themselves, coordinating with the noise experts about how they can meet these particular requirements given topography, wind noise, height of site versus height of protected use areas, et cetera. It puts the burden on them to come in and demonstrate that to the council. And if what they present doesn't bear out because of the data that they're providing to us, then they'll need to do better. They'll need to either have more frequent interval, measurement levels, or they'll have to
Are
approach it.
you suggesting that prior to the issuance of the permit then?
It would be part of the,
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
part of the
they-
permit process.
They would give you that, but we're not gonna get the data until after the permit and after the drilling has started. And at an interval to when they decide. And that's what I don't like. I want
Well,
them daily, and I honestly feel, and I know you're an attorney, but I've talked to other attorneys as well that tell me that they feel that this is exceptionally reasonable. That we ask them to monitor daily and monitor, so I honestly feel that we're not being unreasonable. And I think if we put it to them, it's Fox Garden Hen House on how they present that data to us. And again, so this, to me, it's still always about perception is a reality. So if the citizens perceive that the oil company has a way to work around anything they're doing, then that's exactly what they're gonna believe that they're doing.
Would it be up to them, in your vision of this, would it be up to them to negotiate access to enough places around to meet that need, or would the city need to contribute to that?
I would think it'd be similar as we do now, which is on the edge of the barrier. So the property line from what they're leasing from to the property line of dwellings are coming. We're already doing, that's the reason why, as the mayor just described, that's why we don't have to get on other people's private property.
But Tommy, there may be 3 property owners between the site and that, and I mean, I'm just trying to picture where you would go.
Well, we're always just gonna be dealing with the noise the best we can do is a noise on the site to the extent of the property they're on. So if there's a dwelling, it would only be to the first property line, the first property that is there. Now, if it goes over and funnels over, I mean, those are things that to me, there's only reasonableness that we can expect. We can't have them expect them to put out noise monitoring.
So in your vision, like the site on Rockwell, they're on the corner of Rockwell and 130, you envision them monitoring it at the edge of their pad site?
No, the property line.
Okay, so their property, they don't own the property, they own someone else's property where they're drilling, so what, like across the street on Highway 130, would they go over there and put one there, and where would they put it on?
It would be, similar to what they just did here, which they stayed within the property that they're leasing.
Because they had a complaint.
But
But you're saying ongoing 24/7 for
Right.
the duration of that, no complaints, so that we don't yet have a owner yet who said, come and monitoring it here, so
But they didn't put it in anybody's yard. They put it at the lease line. They
still put it on the property of the owner of the land that they leased their
Right.
site from. They didn't put it on the property of the individuals, they put it on the one that McMahon's property.
Okay, so, all right,
They make that,
no, they're right on the corner of a pasture, of a field, and that's probably pretty typical. But the property down Highway 130, 500 feet or 600 feet, we would want to monitor it for them. But where would you put the equipment?
in that instance there, I'm pretty positive that I would suspect that landowner would be perfectly willing to allow them to put a noise monitor station right there on that property between them and the well site.
Yeah, we assume that. I guess he would, but I mean.
Well, if he doesn't, then they've got nothing to complain about.
But the person would be off the hook because our
Citizen chose.
ordinance says they have to have. Yeah, I think there's some high weeds in there somewhere, but I like the idea. I think we do owe it to ourselves, either do our own monitoring on occasion or have better monitoring them. So I'm kind of with you about how to pin it down tonight. I think it's gonna be one of those things that if you do it too quickly, you're gonna wish you'd done it differently. I mean, I'm growing interested in that. I think that's what our people are asking us to do, things like that. But if you just throw jelly against the wall and see what sticks, I don't know if that's the right approach to this yet.
I would say that we're far from throwing jelly against the wall.
Well, I'm talking about the specifics of it.
Well, I know, I mean,
That's just figure of speech. So if you got what I'm asking is if you can articulate it, then, but I'm just saying, it's those things like that we find out 3 days later or a week from now, we hadn't thought about.
Okay.
And that sounds like a pretty significant element of the ordinance.
I think you put that in, I think you put the 24/7 in the ordinance so that we can enforce it now. And then if we want to, on the outside of that, how the specifics, how it gets done, to me, that's minutia. That's easily figured out. The requirement is 24/7.
Okay.
One thing I did want to discuss just a little bit is in 113070, which is standards for oil and gas drilling and completion phases. And this is the area I think if you want to put your, what you're talking about in there, Tommy, I think it would need to be in this, because we're talking about just during drilling and completion for that 24/7 monitoring
During completion, excluding fracking.
through the fracking.
So after fracking's done, it's just that what's compression, which we can, but we can, that's such a smaller footprint.
Mhm.
That there's lots of things that can happen.
Yeah,
That could go
absolutely.
to circumvent that. There's a lot of things. So that one, I think, because that's going to be consistently constant, compression was is consistent constant, that after the fact, if there's a noise complaint that warrants a 24/7, I mean, a go and do a noise monitoring, is it working or is it not? And because that's going to be a lot, that part of it goes on for a long time. So I'm okay with leaving that on the complaint side. On drilling and completion is where I think we really nailed down what we've got. So 11307, I'm sorry, didn't.
That's fine, but so as we continue discussing things, I would like for you to put together some language you would like to see in your proposal.
Okay.
If you want us to look at it this evening. And
David, did you prepare that at all?
in section 4B, where we propose the language is acoustical blanket, a sound wall that is not less than 24 feet in height with a rating of STC 25 shall be installed during drilling completion phases on each side of the drilling and production site, unless modified by city council or designee. And we'd stricken the rating of STC 25, and I'd like to make sure that gets back in there. And looking, Kevin and I have been doing a little looking. You know, there's STC 25 is about the industry standard. However, there are some that go up to 32. This is an area like we've talked about. I think that in the mitigation plan that an oil and gas company put forth, the STC 25 would be a minimum. You know, if they felt like there was going to be issues with sound being louder than that outside those areas, then I think they then have the option of using a little bit stouter wall.
And on this website, this particular website, excuse me, they show that it actually goes up to an STC 60.
60, okay.
SCC 25 seems to be at the lowest part of any element I've seen on it, but I'm not an expert on it by any stretch, but I think that some of them have even been proposing the sheet metal meets the SCC 25, and we haven't been too fond of that proposal.
Well, I'm open to suggestions on that
But
too.
if it's a minimum, I mean, if you have this requirement of the acoustical blanket with that as a minimum, I don't have a problem with that. I just,
But is there, I think you were just talking about, is there a type that goes above that? You said the minimum is this.
Well, about most of the things we see, the companies that provide this, you know, we're talking about the STC 25, and then it goes up from there. And like Kevin said, up to 60. Now, that is kind of where we talked earlier about, you know, it is the oil and gas company's responsibility to control that noise. And if an STC 25 they don't believe is going to adequately control it, then they probably better have in their mitigation plan something that was a heavier rating than that.
And that's where I made the comment, most of these walls, we're seeing an average of about 10 decimals drop on was it the STC 25?
That's on the other side of the wall now.
Right.
As sound travels, when it gets to the setback that we've got, does it say then what it drops to eventually by then? But then that's,
Well, it's talking about frequencies. The higher the frequency, the more decibel drop it is.
Right.
then you've also got winds and elevation, all those
Yeah.
things that they should account for in the mitigation plan too.
But like, for instance, 100, we're at 100 hertz, we're seeing like an 11 decimal drop. But when you go back down to 63, you only see 8 decimals.
Right. Now, I don't want to get into the situation where once, kind of like we have, the fuel company says, well, we're meeting your requirements.
Right.
So I want to make sure that this is very clear that that's a minimum
Exactly.
that's required. And if they think that it's going to require something of a better quality to meet our noise requirements, their responsibility to put that forth in their mitigation plan and to put those on site before drilling commences.
And that's where I made the comment that we both need to know what's on one side of the wall and what's on the other side of the wall, making, the noise levels.
But like the city attorney said, we're not sound experts, so I'm not really.
Yeah,
Okay,
did
you did,
someone-
though, unfortunately.
Did someone submit information to you about sound panels versus sound walls? Sound, I mean, who knows what all's out there in terms of the industry?
Well, the only thing that has been submitted, was Charter Oak sent me what has been put up around that site,
Yeah,
out there at the new Juanita site, and it's the STC 25 16-foot acoustical blanketed wall.
okay.
It's what's around it extends down the full west side of that site, about 50% to 75% of the south side. The north side is a couple of panels, but it has nearly a 15-foot berm, dirt berm as well, earthen berm. That's the only thing that I've received. And I'm looking at the site the website here of the company that installed that out there. And that's where I'm getting that you can go up to an STC 60. But right now I'm looking at an STC 32, and of course, and that's the thickness. The thicker it is, the more sound it controls.
Right.
So that's what I've received at this point.
I like the 32 if you get a choice, but who's the topography? Who's to say it's not going to just jump right over all that anyway, and we're just, I think it's a start.
It's a start.
I like the start.
Well, like I said, I still intend on having that special meeting where we get sound experts and they maybe help us refine this, change it. And, doing what we're proposing today, we'll be the only community in the state of Oklahoma that if we enact this, that it has this requirement. So,
Well, Mike has provided us with videos that show those acoustical blankets
Did help,
made big help.
yeah.
And,
It did, that's with the compressors though, not with the fracking going on, but with the compressors. And that's the second argument that we've got going on right now. I'll be honest, I can hear EOG's compressors when they get out of sync. It sounds like, a Huey's landed on my house. And I'm a mile and a half away from it. But I can definitely tell when something's going on over there. Now, when they're all in sync, it's not so noisy.
all right. Any other comments from council at this point in time? All right, once again, we'll open this item up for public discussion. Once again, we are addressing item number 8. So is there any public comment concerning this agenda item?
Everybody standing one time.
Jennifer Prince. I live at 1515 Jordan Drive. I appreciate what he's talking about with holding accountable and having them, proof of sound and what they're doing. I would just kind of like to remark about the data, and I agree with having data. I don't agree with letting them control the data. Falsifying data, especially currently, is extremely easy. Even back in the 1950s and 70s, through the 1970s, the oil company has a history of paying off scientists to falsify data. Back when leaded paint and leaded fuel was allowed, it is historically known that leaded fuel had obviously would cause cancer. Could we allow to continue to boil, burn this fuel in our automobiles? And for 20 years, the oil and gas company paid people to falsify data to say that it didn't. I think you need to be in control of the data, not them. Make them pay for it.
Right.
You're in control of it. Thanks.
Again, Dr. Sherry Marcham, 1516 Jordan Drive in Newcastle. And I would say EPA has some guidance documents. Number one, EPA shows that a 24-hour exposure at 70 dB causes hearing loss. And we talked about this a couple of years ago with your 75, it probably needs to be dropped to 70, but that's hearing loss. That's not interference with your life activities. EPA also has a document that says outdoor activity interference and annoyance levels should be no greater than 55 dB, and that indoor activity interference and annoyance levels should be no greater than 45 dB. And so I do think that there are some modifications that you can consider in your regulations, that yes, maybe 70 at the property line is okay, but that you should also consider whether or not those activities interfere with, what she's describing as, having blankets and everything else up against the window. If it's interfering with her indoor activity at greater than 45 dBs, that's a life issue. And so there are resources available to you. I really didn't come here prepared to discuss this. I came to prepared to discuss something else, but EPA has a document called Information on Levels of Environmental Noise Requisite to Protect Public Health and Welfare with an Adequate Margin of Safety that you can use as a guidance document.
Thank you very much.
Patricia Sharinga again, and I don't really have anything to say. I just want to play a little sound clip. It's only 10 seconds long of one night when what I love to call the frack monster was screaming at me in my backyard. And so let me get it up here for you. And this is probably one of the quieter nights. And that never stops. It just goes and it goes. And when it gets to a certain level and it starts thumping, like you said, I don't know if it's that they're out of sync or what, but my husband works days and it was quiet all day long. And then when he said right when he would be leaving for work at 3:45 in the afternoon, it would start ramping up. And by the time I got home in the evening, it was so loud and it would go all night long. And I would have fans on and earplugs in and everything trying to get some rest. And so for 3 weeks, I haven't had any rest. But a phone obviously does not do it any justice of what it really sounds like in your backyard. Sometimes it sounds like a helicopter. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll get you next.
Hey, Carl Franklin, I'm at 1013 Southwest 16th. Y'all got shook out of bed a few times, and I'm half deaf. But I want to say that Mr. Clay here was just nailing a nail on the head. To be able to talk with these guys, you're not going to be experts. You're not the experts, but you need to get experts. Find out. He said Texas, Colorado, all these places, they operate within these guidelines. What I've read, what I've studied, 50 to 60 in these municipalities is what they're getting. And we're looking at 70, 80, whatever. Find out what it is, what does work from the experts, not from the companies that are doing it. Because they're going to pull your leg. They're going to do whatever they can so they can make money. That's just all there is. It's all about the money. You need to find out what does work and what doesn't work. And then that's where you get your language at. You need to do this so we can have this. Find out. Spend the money to get the experts to tell you what to do. Let them do the talking for you.
You have to pay them. They don't do it for free. But once you find out what you can do, then you can talk to them at their language. That's all I have to say.
Too strong. It's Matt Nienke. I'm from Denver. I'm not from this beautiful state or this wonderful municipality. I work for 4 Point Energy. I'm the VP of Operations. We're kind of far behind. We don't have operations in Newcastle. We've operated in Oklahoma quite a bit. We've operated in Texas. We haven't operated actually in Colorado, even though that's our headquarters. I'm just kind of listening to this. I think you guys have done a fantastic job of framing this conversation. It's a complex conversation. You have obviously people that are impacted by what we're doing as oil and gas individuals and companies. The economics are one thing, but people's lives are another, and you're trying to balance that out with the current statutes in Oklahoma. We are in the process of trying to permit in Newcastle. We have potentially up to 20 wells we could drill here. I have a few comments along the lines of that. That's kind of going to be the end. Unless we somehow find more stuff to drill around here, there's not going to be much more activity. So what we're doing here with Charter Oak, what EOG's already in the process of doing, and what we're hoping to do in the future is kind of going to be the end. So we want to work with you to get this solved now so we can get our wells drilled, get our economics, but not make anybody angry in the process. What I'm going to urge you to do is when we file our permit, we're doing our background ambient noise studies right now. We'll specifically file some mitigation that deals with topography, trees, wind, everything to kind of line out how this could potentially look if you had ordinances that specifically had an expert sound person who wrote them and see what that looks like. As for 24-hour monitoring, Councilman Clay, it's more complex than just saying 24 hours. Where you're measuring is very important. The distance to structures is very important. How long are you averaging over a minute, over an hour? That's all important. If I drop a book, it may spike up. So if somebody, backs into their garage door, do we shut down all our operations until we figure out what that sound spike was? We just need to have a little guidance around that so we can comply with it. We don't want to, necessarily make the rules because it's easy and it saves us money, but because it's just hard for us to govern ourselves on those matters. So I just urge you guys, when we file our paperwork, we're going to have some sound stuff in there. If you can, wait till you have the information or a sound expert to help guide you on your rules going forward, that will help us comply a lot better. So I appreciate y'all, and I'm really sorry that it's a complex conversation that you guys have to answer right in front of everybody here today.
Thank you.
Great, guys.
Todd Woolery, representing EOG tonight again. I do not live in Newcastle, but I've spent a lot of time here talking about these issues. And it was my understanding after the last meeting that, like Mayor Nail pointed out, that we would have a special meeting where experts would present information and give a path forward. And I would ask for some clarity. On the table right now is 24-hour sound monitoring on the table and 24-foot walls. I kind of lost track with the citation and everything else.
Yes.
So all of that's on the table tonight. Well, I would recommend, because we still don't have that industry expertise on what should happen. And I'm hearing things like, we don't know, we need experts, we need studies on these types of things. And all we have right now is a citation that's been issued to Charter Oak that has not been tried yet. That data that Mr. Trimble talked about has not been tested. There's been no adjudication of that citation, but we have one citation that I can recall, and I've been appearing here for years. And before this citation, and my recollection from the last meeting was there has been none until now, but Newcastle's about to step in front and be the first city. So we have the first citation that has not been tried, and now will be the first city to pass this ordinance with the highest sound walls anywhere in Oklahoma that I'm aware of, and 24-hour monitoring. I think it would be wise because, like Mr. Bryant pointed out, the statute does require reasonableness. But what we're hearing is we don't know if this is reasonable because we don't have the data. So what I would recommend is we have that special meeting. We hear from these experts. Again, we collaborate with the oil and gas industry like we've done before and like EOG continues to do with the city, and then come up with something that's workable. And some of these things we've talked about before, but again, EOG's never been cited. EOG has had complaints, and as we've talked about in prior meetings, EOG hired a sound expert, Tryman, and Tryman did 3 days of continuous studies, and EOG never exceeded the ordinance. So that's what I would recommend. We're not Fort Worth. We're not Colorado. Our state legislature has made it crystal clear on what municipalities can and cannot do. And there is some latitude on monitoring, on requiring certain sound requirements. And that's what's happened here, because Charter Oak supposedly exceeded the sound ordinance. Charter Oak has been cited, and now Charter Oak will have its day in court. There is a mechanism in place whereby the city can address these things. And the city, should it choose, can monitor sound on its own and determine whether or not a violation has occurred. Those things are all available now. And a big sweeping ordinance that's going to, frankly, chill the good relationships that have been built over the years in this room, because we'll show up, because it'll wind up over in Purcell at McLean County in district court. That's where this will ultimately be decided by a judge and jury. What I would recommend is let's continue talking, let's continue studying, let's get the data that everyone's desperate for and come up with a workable solution. I think it's the best because, again, we don't have the data. And the way you come up with a reasonable solution is to get that data and come up with something that will work. What's not workable is making a decision based on nothing, based on a citation that's going to be challenged in court and imposing $250,000 cost on these energy companies, in addition to all the other costs and the fees that they pay the city. Because we didn't know what the meeting was going to be about tonight, but we've all been back there on our phones figuring out the cost of 24-foot sound walls. And it's going to add about $250,000 to each one of these well sites.
How much more costly is it than a 16-foot sound wall?
I don't know, Jason, about another 100.
Just a guess.
And $25 a linear foot. So these are questions that need to be answered. In order to determine whether something's reasonable, I think we need to factor in the cost and weigh it against all different factors. Now, I want to address one more thing. I was at the last meeting, and in getting some permits approved, there was a long discussion on various things. And the statements were made, look, we're doing what the statute or the ordinance says we're supposed to do. But something else happened that I think people were forgetting. There was also dialogue, and there was discussion, and there was give and take. And ultimately, in getting those permits approved, EOG went beyond the permits and compromised with the city. And we went beyond and reached a resolution whereby the permits were issued. Even Councilman Clay, I think, was happy with the compromise. And that's the way this is supposed to work. Not jumping headfirst into a pool that we don't even know how deep it is. Continue talking. I've showed up at every meeting where I've been invited to talk about these issues. Again, I feel like I know you folks because I'm here so much. But I'll show up again, and we'll bring our experts, we'll bring our company folks, like we continue to do, and work out something that works for everybody, including, and most importantly, the people of this community. Happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Well, the only comment I have is just that you're right. You guys have been here and have been willing to talk and everything, but we went around and around trying to figure out solutions last meeting. And when we finally got to a sound wall option that someone mentioned, we kept asking you guys, you didn't have any other options. But then when we mentioned it, all of a sudden you told us about you just installed it. somewhere else. And I was like, wait, where was that when we were saying what can be installed? So I'm not criticizing you, but you do know those things. And if they're out there, then we want you to share them with us. We don't want to accidentally find them and then find out you knew about them all along. Because then I struggled with that, honestly, because you are at every meeting and you're very polite and willing to help. Then I struggled with, well, why didn't you say that when we were asking? So it was bothersome to me.
And I hate that happened, and I don't remember exactly, my partner was handling most of the discussion on the permits.
Yeah, I don't know who specifically, but.
But, and I'm not punting to her, I'm here and the
Yeah.
buck stops with me.
Right.
And Todd, y'all did make concessions, but there were several comments. A long time it was, we're doing what your ordinance said, which is a fair statement. And what I took from that is, that means we need to be firm on our ordinance, because if our ordinance says this, that's really all you're required to do. And you said that a few times, and you were correct. So that tells us that we do need to pay attention. We do need to have ordinances that are complete and are enforceable. And but the citizens in our community probably know very little about how much time you all have spent with us in special sessions, and how much time these council members have spent working on these ordinances. It's not an easy task. So we do value the time that the oil industry spent with us.
And we likewise value the time y'all are putting into this and the thoughtful discussions. And we're doing what the ordinance says, kind of started earlier in that meeting, that had nothing to do with well site permits, had to do with some zoning fight. And so it started and the theme kind of stuck. And my recollection was I got home about 11:30 that night. It was a long meeting. We ran out of snacks, at least certain snacks.
No more Diet Coke, I'll tell you that.
I think y'all ate them all.
Well,
Answer me this, Todd. This is, everybody up around this horseshoe has spent a lot of time over the last 6 years in meetings and discussing and researching and trying to find a better way to handle the noise and protect the citizens. And we found out along the way that really, once you guys start drilling, once things start, you're not going to stop. So we don't do the 24-foot sound walls, and we go with 24/7 monitoring. And we find out you guys are blowing through it. Then what? Then are you guys going to stop until you fix it? Do we have an agreement from the oil and gas industry that if you are not containing sound like you're supposed to, are you going to rectify it? Are you then going to put in whatever sound walls are required timely, or are we going to be in a situation where Josh will be done with his fracking in a week and really don't have time to mobilize? So that's where we don't have a very big stick once you guys get out there and start drilling and completing. And that's why you maybe think we're a little heavy-handed what we're proposing on the front side. But we found out that once you get started, there's not a lot we can do to make you stop legally. And so we're just kind of stuck, and it's a period of time typically that we don't have an opportunity for you to get any additional mitigation in place before you're done. And so we just kind of are stuck with dealing with it. So, if you guys would say, oh yeah, if our 24/7 monitoring shows we're in violation, we're just going to quit until we do something to fix it. But you're not going to do that.
Well, because I don't know that 24/7 monitoring is going to be credible evidence.
How not?
Well, because I don't know what happened. We're talking about a 3-hour window of time.
Exactly. That's why you need more data.
That I learned about not an hour ago. And for all I know, that was some kid driving down the road with loud pipes. I don't know, that caused the spike.
Right, but my point, that's my whole point, is if you have the data for Thursday, 7 days a week, it's there. We're not taking a snapshot in time and then extrapolating what may or may not have happened. We have the ability to monitor that from start to finish and be able to see the trends and what's going on and be able to actually point to exactly what's causing that noise. I don't understand why you guys are afraid of the data.
Well, and we're not. Like I said, EOG's hired Tryman to come out and do 3 days of monitoring. And they've done that on it's 3 days. That's not a snapshot. That's 3 days of continuous monitoring. And
3 days of how many?
I don't know.
How long does it take to frack a well?
I don't know.
60 days?
It depends on the well. And I'm not trying to be cute with that answer, but again, and I think some good comments were made earlier. I don't see how you can get reliable data monitoring at the edge of location for what something sounds like 660 feet away. I don't think you can do that at the protected use. I don't think you can do that. And I also don't think the city has the ability to mandate that someone 660 foot away, maybe that didn't have a complaint, but because it'd be in the ordinance that it has to be done now, you would have to mandate that a station, I guess, a microphone, however it's going to work, be at the corner of someone's house 660 feet away. I wouldn't let that happen. I heard people rumble in the crowd when that was brought up. Have monitoring at their home? No. And again, sound experts would have to weigh in on that. I don't know if it's credible. Now, when Charter Oak tries their case, and I'm not here for Charter Oak, they have a very good lawyer that can talk about this. But when Charter Oak tries that case, I would assume they're going to test the reliability of that data. If we go fight about this in Purcell, we're going to test the reliability of the data. And that's what the experts are for. And that's why I think we need that special meeting that I thought we agreed we were going to have, where the experts come in and talk about this. That way everyone, maybe Councilman Clay's right. I don't know. I disagree that 24/7 monitoring is the solution for everything. I disagree that 24-foot sound walls are the solution for everything, but there's probably a solution, but we just got to keep talking about it and get that expertise. Because the lawyers, we're not experts. And I think you all have said you're not experts either. So I think if you want to get it right, and if you want to be the first city in the state of Oklahoma to do this, I think it'd be good policy to get that information.
I'll go back again to what I said a while ago, Todd. If we don't require anything else, and if we still have issues, we don't have a stick right now. We don't, once you guys are out there, and say you're blowing through, say you're, the protected use, you're in excess of 80 decibels, and we notify you and we cite you and we do all the things we can do, you're not going to stop. You're going to say what we've got in place pretty much is what we've got in place. We're not going to mobilize and spend $225,000 to put up 24-foot sound walls when we've got a 16-foot sound wall out there that's not working. So from our perspective, that's why, like I said, you may think we're a little heavy-handed going in, but we've got to have that extra margin of error of trying to control that, because we don't have a lot of stick on, $249 a day. That's a lot cheaper than $225,000. So you may think you'll just write us a check for 30 days worth when you show up and you're good. I don't know. I'm just saying, can you see from our perspective that we're trying to do everything we can to control the noise to the people that are the closest to you, and we're trying to find the best balance of how to do that.
I think I don't know what the stick should be. I think that responsiveness from the oil companies is important. I put them on the spot every meeting. I'm not going to do it again, but I think Kevin would say EOG is very responsive. You don't have to answer that because I do it every meeting. But what I think would probably help on the front end is to make sure we have a robust discussion and make sure after we understand all the sound issues, like 4 Points representative said, make sure we know going in, because a sound study is already required, mitigation efforts are already required, make sure that that's going to work. And I'll be here for EOG on well permits, and you can grill me on it. And I think that's on the front end better than just hoping and guessing that a 24-foot sound wall is going to make it better. I think it's better than hoping 24-hour, 7-day-a-week sound monitoring for some indefinite period of time. But it does seem like it's shrunk. I think it's drilling and completion now. But it was life of the well a few meetings ago. That was talked about. And I learned a long time ago in this job, never call them a shot. But if it's life of the well, I like my chances. And so that's where I think we probably solve this dilemma, is that front end discussion, make sure the sound study's good, make sure y'all have the data that you need. These sound engineers can extrapolate this and give an idea of what they think is going to happen. And then if someone violates it, get after them.
In what way? Right? What options do you guys have while you're in the middle of a frac to come in or to reduce the noise that you're making?
I know this because I used to work in the oil field, okay? You can't stop drilling. That affects the integrity of the hole. There's a safety issue. We have all kinds of problems. You can't just stop a frac, just like that, because it creates all kinds of problems too.
Right.
So I don't have an answer for your question. I mean, if it's another fine, I don't know. If it's some sort of an emergency hearing on these things, I don't know, but those are certainly options.
And we have those options in there, but in the end, after we have the $249 a day maximum fine that we can do, and we have their emergency hearing and we pull your permit, you're not stopping a frac. We both know that.
I don't know that because EOG's never been in that situation because
Well,
it's
you just told
complied
me,
with the
you know, If you
ordinance.
stop a frac, it's gonna affect the integrity of the hole, and you guys will suck $8 million in that hole, you're probably not gonna wanna screw up the integrity of it.
Well, and I understand. My point is, Mayor, that EOG's never been confronted with that because EOG's never violated the ordinance. There's no data showing EOG has violated the ordinance. And I think that's important. We've been here a long time. Now, there's been a citation, and that's all we have tonight is a citation. And I know folks are upset, but I mean, at a minimum, I'd let that play out and see what happens with the citation.
And the problem we've got is we've got 3 permits directly following this. And we've got citizens that have already been here and spoke about that. They've had a couple of wells drilled off this same pad before. And they experienced some of the same issues that have been experienced with this location we talked about earlier. So, you know, that's one reason why, you know, I think you may think we're a little egregious in the front with what we're proposing to do, but like I said, we have come to the realization that we really don't have a way to fix it once it happens. We can just look towards the next well and put it in place for the next well. But what about the people who've got to deal with those 3 wells, which will probably be a 30-day frac for all 3 of them? Heck, I don't know, I'm no expert, but everybody keeps saying 7 days, 10 days per well on a frac. So potentially a month of fracking on these 3 that are coming up. So what do we do with them?
3 more wells tonight that we'll decide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I stopped reading after I saw where the ordinance was. So.
Sorry, those are continued. So we won't.
That's next month.
That's next month.
All those have been continued?
Yes.
Yeah, those have been continued, so we won't be doing those tonight. So there's a possibility we may have a little time to all the things around, and if that's the case, we don't have any wells that any change to the ordinance that we were to make tonight would be applicable to.
Then I'm willing to have a very quickly readdressed meeting.
With some noise experts, I am as well. I think that would be.
I just think as a city, we need to have that before we allow any other permits to happen.
And that will get what you're saying, Todd, of the promised meeting that we discussed. And we can come and we can get experts in the field and they can give us guidance. And that'll, I realize you guys didn't have a lot of ideas what was going to be discussed tonight. That'll give you guys time to talk to your experts and probably have a little bit better idea of what you guys can bring to the table.
I would ask what I've asked before for this special meeting. I'd ask that we be invited again. And I would also ask that we have the option of bringing industry experts to talk about mitigation, talk about what the operators are currently doing, talk about topography, time of the year matters, all these wind speed, all these different things matter. And
we'll just have one thing. We'll just have this ordinance on there. So we will have lots of time to talk.
Okay.
And it will probably be in the next couple of weeks. I'll be out of town the rest of this week, but
I'd like to try to get it within the next week to 10 days. We have too much going on to stress.
okay. So next week to 10 days, we will get that scheduled as soon as possible. And it'll probably hinge on when we can get some experts that we think are knowledgeable enough, but that are also wanting to be somewhat neutral, to come in here and give us their thoughts on the subject. So we'll try to find that first, find a schedule that works for them and for us, and then get it on the agenda, move forward.
Okay. Like we've been before, we'll be there. So
Todd, I don't remember exactly how long, but how long did it take y'all to, when the complaint was filed, to get y'all's monitoring up and going? Do you know?
I don't know. 24 hours, about 24 hours.
Is there any way that we could get that on a shorter? I mean, just asking.
Don't get Tommy started.
Yeah. I mean, on a
I
shorter.
think that's an unreasonable request. It takes,
If it's done 24/7, you'd already have it.
Well, I'm not
I
sure.
mean, to activate that, to get it going, and is there a way that we can get those in place faster?
I don't know.
And
I mean,
I know that's a conversation with your environmental engineer and your company.
It has to do with proximity, schedules, things like that. An entrepreneurial young engineer would open up a sound engineering office here in Newcastle and stay busy.
I
But
agree.
I don't know the answers to those questions. I'm sorry, I'm stumped on that.
Okay.
I'm over here trying to invent a way to cancel out sound.
And then, yeah, you'll be rich.
I appreciate y'all's time as
So
always.
thank you. And, I'll stop public comment at this time on this agenda item. We won't be taking any action on it. We will be, having a special meeting to discuss this. Like the city manager said, we'll get that scheduled in the next 2 weeks. Be watching the city's website, and we'll try to make sure everybody knows when that's occurring. So feel free to come back, discuss at that time as well. So this time, be no action on item number 8. Item number 9, discussion of possible action on adoption of emergency clause, ordinance number 939. No action on that agenda item. Item number 7, discussion of possible action on approval of application for the following UPRs for the purpose of drilling additional oil and gas wells on existing pad site previously approved by the city of Newcastle. UPR 2018-006 for EOG Resources Inc., Castle Family Trust owner, located in part of the southwest border of the southwest border of Section 9, Township 9 North, Range 4 West, Indian Meridian, McLean County, Oklahoma. Items 7A, 7B, and 7C have all been continued. Do we need to vote to continue those to our next meeting, or they automatically flow from planning?
You can announce it.
Oh.
You can announce it for that vote.
Yeah, so we'll continue those for our next meeting. Item number 10, discussion of possible action approval of proposed Eagle Scout project, construction of a book drop box for exchange of books outside the Newcastle Multi-Purpose Center. Jared Wickham.
One of these days, he's gonna be first on the agenda.
Sorry for him, killing me.
You're welcome.
Jared, you want to approach the podium? And,
Let me first say this, as an Eagle Scout myself, thank you for getting to that point.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not even halfway through, so I still got to go to the Eagle Board next and then go again. So,
Yeah, but you're there. You can see that light at the end of the tunnel.
Do I need to state my address?
Yes, you need to.
Okay. Jared Wickham, 3380 Cameron's Way.
what was that, what again?
3380 Cameron's Way.
Cameron's Way, okay.
Yeah. Should I read it?
Tell us about it.
Okay. Well, it's a book donate drop box. It will be a, let's see, moderately big box. It has a plexiglass door, or at least I'm planning to. It should be, I've discussed with the library already, and they're okay with me building it here. I want to build it near the door of this building, so near one of the benches or whatever, and it will it'll stand near the entrance, and basically its function will be someone can walk up, donate a book, or swap a book. So if anyone wants to donate a book or get a book, that's there. It's super simple. You pull up, grab a book, donate a book. The whole idea was community recommended. It wasn't my idea. It was from the community. So we already know the community does want it. And I also have schematics again, if you guys want to see it really quick.
Yeah, I remember from last time.
Okay, never mind.
It looks great. One question I did have, Jared, so will these be just donated books that are put in there, or will these be books from the library itself?
It's not books from the library. It's just books hanging around someone's
It's
house.
kind of a swap deal.
Yeah.
Very good.
I have a question. We have a note on there that people can't just dump off a bunch of books, like don't put anything in if there's no room. I
That's a
used to
good
have
point.
some
Yeah, I do plan to have book donate Dropbox there, and under it I could have some sort of subtitle saying exactly what its purpose. Super simple, 3-step thing. Yeah.
Cool. Jared, have you thought about long-term, like, once you become rich and famous and move away, will this have an end-of-life period? Do you expect it would probably be very good for 3 or 4 years, or do you think it would need upkeep? And who do you think might kind of make sure that knows when it comes down, if it needs to come down or to be rebuilt? How about long-term?
Okay, so I considered that. My troop, the troop shouldn't end anytime soon. So I'll have the troop after, big storms and stuff that roll through, check maintenance on the project.
Good.
And it would be very small maintenance anyways, like check if all the screws are tight and or mold or whatever, but it should be sealed anyways, so.
But you see how things, with age and
Yeah.
time, so.
Yeah.
Because it'd reflect better on you if you have that part of your plan.
Mhm.
All right, good.
All right, so it's great. We appreciate your efforts and we appreciate you working towards Eagle Scout. I know that's part of the accomplishment. So it's a great idea.
Could we ask Jared to just work with, who'd be a contact person to get final approval on exactly where it goes in, to be sure it fits in? Kevin, would he just, is anywhere okay, or should he double check with someone right before they install it or something?
Yeah,
like that?
probably right before we install it, maybe, but
And who would he check with?
Jeanette.
All right. Do you know Jeanette?
That's Jeanette.
Oh.
Yeah, oh. So that just make sure that everyone has a good comfort level where you decide to position, everything like that.
If you can't remember Jeanette, just remember Assistant City Manager.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
All right, thank you, great.
Entertain a motion.
I make motion to, will you make this
I will.
Boy Scout?
Good time.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Be nice to. As a fellow Eagle Scout myself, and my sons are as well, I would like to make a motion that we accept the exchange of books outside the Newcastle Public Library.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 10.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Jean Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 11, discussion and possible action. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, guys.
On
Thank
approval
you.
of letter of support for Delta Public Transit, Terrell Thurman, Transportation Director. Mr. Thurman has provided some information at your locations handed out prior to council meeting, so you've got the reference.
Okay, my name is Terrell Turman. I'm the Director of Transportation for Delta Community Action Foundation. I'd like to say from the very start that we've had a great relationship with the city of Newcastle. Y'all have been very generous to us. And you can see on the first page that I handed out what our expenses are in providing a vehicle here in Newcastle. I'm a little embarrassed about some of the figures that you might see there, but we're a nonprofit, and we are, trying to provide as good a service as we possibly can. Does anyone have any questions about the first page that I provided for you about the expenses that we have in running a vehicle here in Newcastle? Okay. Then the second page is a report on how many passengers that we have hauled here in the last year. And as you can see, we've hauled 312 elderly people to various places. We've hauled disabled folks, and we have serviced Newcastle 276 days in the previous year. We do medical trips. We take people to the nutrition center. We do some social, taking people there. And of course, shopping. We make several trips, up to Tri-City. And then one of our big things is we do meal delivery. And, we've done, over 4,000 meal deliveries in the past year to people that some of them are not able to drive in to get a meal and everything. So I think that's a big item here. So I'm asking that you increase your commitment by $500.
I'm glad you came forward. I was just asking about this like last month, wasn't it? I was like, do people really, I didn't know how much it got used, so this is very useful information. I have kind of a silly question. I'm very happy, like especially the meal delivery, like, and that's meals from like the senior center to their homes or something?
Yes, it is.
Okay. My
Yes,
silly question
and it's about, oh gosh, it's over 100 miles a day approximately. We go almost all the way to Tuttle. We go north to past the up around the Tri-City area. We've delivered to homes back in that area. South, we've gone down to Highway 9. Along there, we've delivered meals too. We have a pretty wide, when people call the senior center, then she contacts me, and I've got this person that wherever it might be, way out and wherever, and they would like to have meals. And so we are doing that, taking those meals to them.
So the person originates from Newcastle, like if they call in, they live in Newcastle, obviously, to get the service, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's not very much on social, but just checking. They don't take people to casino. Do they take people to casino? That's my only concern with it. I know that sounds silly, but
That number is not very big,
I don't mean it mean.
but yes, we are a public service and we take people wherever they might need to go. In some of my towns, I do have a personal issue with taking people to the dispensary.
Well,
I have a problem, but I'm providing a service.
We seem to have a lot of transient people now too, but I feel like the way I'm reading this, like it's mostly people calling from the residence going to like the appointments, the medical appointments. I deal with people lack of access to medical and food. I'm very much, I was just curious if that was something like you say. I think I was looking for like, well, no, we draw the lines. They don't live in Newcastle. We're not picking them up and taking them from one casino to the other just because they happen to be in Newcastle.
Right.
I guess is the way I would direct that.
Yeah.
And so I don't mean it in a mean way because hey, my dad's an old people. He loves to. And
we don't take many, but we do. And like I said, the issue concerning the dispensary is a big issue with me because in some of our towns, there's a dispensary on every block. And some of our towns, people, they have lounges.
Right.
And they go do their medical thing for 4 hours in a lounge, and then they basically stagger out to our vehicle. And our driver, whoa, what's going on? So I have stopped that. The only way we'll take you to the dispensary is if you go in, get your product, get back in the van, and we'll take you home, and you can do whatever you want to with it at home. Now that's my position.
CDL and
Oh, yeah.
the driver's concern, so.
Oh, yeah.
And that was my main thing, was transporting people who live here to places they need to go. They are residents of here,
Right.
not just trying to get back and forth within the city.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
to speak
The
for
only
non-residents.
people that we take, like, we currently have a lady who lives here in Newcastle that is doing dialysis and more.
Yeah,
And we take her, you know, because it's a life-saving.
absolutely. Right, no, okay.
So anyway,
Thank you for the information. Sorry,
All right.
I phrased it weird, but I think I got out what I meant to say.
thank you for your time.
Any other questions? Entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve agenda item 11 to approve a letter of support for Delta Public Transit,
Increase to 25.5.
increase to 25.5.
I'll second.
Motion second for approval of item number 11, 25.5.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tom Clay,
Yes.
Jean Reed,
Yes.
Mercy White, Carl Ness.
Yes. This time we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir.
Chairman.
No, not like I did. But I
Then you'll let us in. We're getting with the casino.
Item number 12, discussion and possible action on recommendations of the planning commission. Item 12A, public hearing, discussion and possible action on recommendation to approve an application for rezoning from E1 suburban estate residential to PUD planned unit development for Mansell Dwayne Smith and Sherry Lynn Smith with Pedros Holdings LLC, Kurt Dennis, manager, owner, located in the southeast quarter of section 22, township 9 north, range 4 west, Indian Meridian, McLean County, Oklahoma, and for adoption of ordinance number 933. Property location generally located on the west side of State Highway 62, approximately 1,320 feet north of Southwest 16th Street, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Case number R 2023-001.
Good evening, Council. Janae Greenley with the Planning Department. As you stated, this is an application for rezoning from E1 to PUD, Planned Unit Development R 2023-001. This is the location. This is the first Pedros that's off of Southwest 16th. This is basically going to be a continuation of that first edition with an added commercial piece on the front, fronting on South Main Street. The developer is Kurt Dennis, the developer of the original Pedros, and the current zoning is E1. The proposed, like stated, is PUD. It's going to emulate the Pedros PUD that is already in existence with the additional commercial component fronting on Main Street. The total area is about 16.17 acres. Approximately almost about 3 acres will be the frontage of the commercial component, and the remaining will be the large estate style development. Each lot will be a half acre. The development regulations are a little bit modified. They're up there on the screen for you. The front yard will be 40, rear yard 15, side yard will be 10. Minimum side yard on the corner is 20 feet. As I stated, it's a half acre lot. These will be served by individual septic systems as well as the commercial component fronting on Main Street. There's a few things outlined in the PUD that is in your packet. The commercial component is following the CC2 development and use regulations, and they are omitting a couple things that are there: hotel, motel, bars, and nightclub should be the main ones. Staff does recommend and support approval of or 2023-001. Planning Commission recommended approval with a vote of 4-0 that evening. I am here to answer any of your questions, and the applicant and their representative is here as well.
Oh, I was trying to figure out how to get in, but are they gonna put an easement between, at the end of that current Circle Street? Is that what they're gonna do?
Yes, so actually, and that will be coming before you next month. It'll go back to Planning Commission. They're gonna do a replat of the final plat of those two lots that will connect the original edition with this edition.
Okay.
He's the owner of those two lots, and they're actually, we'll bring that forward. Like I said, will be before you next time.
Will they also have access to Highway 62 through the commercial area?
So the commercial portion, there'll be a drive off of 62 that will access the commercial portion, but it's gonna be an emergency access only.
Oh, good.
So it's not, residents can leave from there, but they won't enter from there.
Okay.
And
Good.
it'll
Well, I
be
was
for
wondering,
emergency vehicles only.
because there's a lot of houses to the swarm that works.
Yeah, it meets the fire code regulation by providing that emergency access.
But their main exit will be on
16.
16.
Correct.
And then it'll flow to 16th and 62, which will more than likely in the very near future be signalized, so that will control traffic.
Yeah.
through that. And this does not fall underneath our overlay district for commercial, is that correct?
That is correct. It does not.
If you haven't driven through Pedro, you should. It's very nice.
It is.
It's very nice development. Mr. Dennis has done an exceptional job with that. Got a great piece of property to work with there, and it's turned out very nice. So if it's a continuance of what he's got going already there, it's going to be nothing but an asset to the community, I feel.
It's funny when the wall was going up on 16, my wife was, that's just gaudy. That's just, now it's done, she's like, it's actually kind of nice.
Oh, I
Well, just
Well, if you live in a clay mansion, you know.
when I say that, that means I'm jealous.
no. Like I said, it just was going up. I don't think she just realized what it was going to look like. When it was done, she was like,
They're pretty good.
that's pretty good.
The applicant, like I said, they are here and they will have some renderings that they'll show right after we do the preliminary plat item. And, but yes, there will be another entrance, kind of an entrance, but it won't be as grand. But close to it, I'm sure.
So what do you mean by that, Jim? There will be a second entrance there?
No, off of let me that space, and you'll see a better picture when we do the preliminary plat. Here off of, and you can't see it now, I don't have that drawing up, but the entrance, like I said, this will be the commercial portion, that'll be a drive entrance. Will be where the emergency access only, and then the exit only for the residents that live in Pedris.
Okay.
So residents will not be coming through this to access, they have to come off at Southwest 16.
So they will be able to exit out.
Correct, they can exit out of it.
So the exiting through commercial,
Correct.
guess it's automatic gate or something. that
Correct.
allows that.
Mhm.
All right. Any public comment concerning this agenda item? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Motion approved agenda item 12A for the rezoning from E1 to PUD for Pedro.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 12A.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clyde,
Yes.
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Carl Nett.
Yes. Item number 12B, discussion of possible action on adoption of the emergency clause of ordinance number 933.
Motion approved agenda item 12B, emergency clause of 933.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 12B.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clyde,
Yes.
King Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Carl Nett.
Yes. Item 12C, discussion of possible action and recommendation to approve preliminary plat of Pedris 2 addition.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joel Dixon. I'm the interim city engineer for the city of Newcastle. As you can see in front of you, we have the preliminary plat for the Pedris 2 addition. There will be 2 tracks, the first track residential, the second track commercial, as was previously discussed. Track 1, the residential track, will have 19 lots total. And then, as you can see, we will extend Pedris Circle from the existing roundabout further to the east, and it will terminate in another roundabout with that 16-foot wide access drive, emergency exit, exit only, emergency access drive in the commercial section, and then that will continue on to Main Street. The applicant does plan to build a 26-foot wide parking lot aisle with curb and gutter that will terminate in the driveway onto 62. So that will be a nice drive, provide plenty of room for emergency vehicles. It will require an ODOT permit. That's something the applicant is working on. As far as detention is concerned, you see the detention pond in the southeast corner there. Most of the flows will convey to that pond. There will be some offsite. Nothing will exceed existing undeveloped conditions. There is no public sanitary sewer currently available for this development, so all 19 tracks will have individual on-site sanitary sewer. That will be 19 systems in this 16-acre area. Track 2 does have some area designated for on-site sanitary. However, public sewer is expected to come from the north, and the commercial development is not expected to develop until public sanitary sewer is available. So we do not expect that area to be necessary for on-site. We do expect it to connect to the public sewer once it's available. Finally, there is a conforming 12-inch water main on the east side of South Main Street. However, there's also a non-conforming 6-inch water line on the west side. This development will connect to the non-conforming 6-inch water main with an 8-inch main that will run through the addition and connect to the existing 6-inch main that's servicing the original Pedris development, and that loops down south onto a 6-inch line on 16th Street. Say again?
They're looping it around.
Yes, sir, it will be looped.
Okay.
So, this preliminary plat was approved 4-0 by Planning Commission with no conditions or concerns, pending your questions. And again, the representatives from the developer are here if you have any questions from them.
It's kind of hard to make out the map here. I know that we have a drainage detention over here for the subdivision. And what about the commercial part?
So some of the commercial is going to flow back into the detention, and then some of it's going to bypass.
Okay.
Any public comment concerning this agenda item? All right, entertain motion.
I do have a question. I thought they were gonna connect to the 12 on the east side.
Not for Pedris, no, sir.
And that was not what was discussed in our meetings.
So they will be allowed to connect, and it is in the PUD. I had them put that in there. When they develop the,
I did forget to mention, for the commercial development of tract 2, that will connect to the 12-inch.
Okay.
They
The
have-
residential,
yeah.
the residential is
Yeah.
the only point that will connect to the non-conforming, so I apologize for that omission. But yes, for the tract 2 development, the commercial will connect to the 12-inch water line.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we know what we're doing commercial? I mean, I know it's way open, but what are you focusing on? What are you focusing on?
I'm gonna let the developer speak to that.
Nothing really? Yeah.
Hi, guys. Weston Dennis, the architect of the development. Essentially, we're leaving it open. I mean, I think it'd be really nice to get some retail that could support some of the community. Small retail, potentially like a small convenience store or something like that. Nothing really big. Also potentially like some restaurants, some place to, grab a drink and something to eat and sit on a patio would be great.
Like a Wendy's.
Maybe not a Wendy's.
Chick-fil-A would work too.
Any other questions? No.
Thank you,
Any
sir.
valid question?
I never heard Bucky's mentioned.
Nope.
They are opening their first one in Arnold.
I heard that.
And these are some of the renderings, if you're interested in seeing some of the pictures that were imagined. So that's that exit only emergency access gate. It does have pedestrian access,
Oh, that's nice.
which was requested.
And I'm just curious now, what drives the preference for it to be exit only? Is just too much traffic for entrance? I mean, I would think those residents would love the ability to drive right in there, but is that just a non-standard thing to do?
I think part of the driver was also, if that was to be a two-way traffic flow, the gate would have to be 24 feet wide instead of 16 feet wide. And the developer had some concerns over the size of the gate and the costs associated with that.
Okay.
I think it slows down that traffic for the commercial instead of just
That's
being.
true.
It would have, yeah, it's just trivial with me. I just kind of wondered what drove that, but,
I like the idea they dump them, that forces everybody to go back on.
that's right.
Nice. Looks good.
Entertain a motion.
Which one are you?
We are on 12C.
Okay, make a motion to approve agenda item 12C, approved preliminary plat of Pedro 2.
Second. Motion second for approval of item number 12C.
Mike Fullerton?
Yes.
Tommy Clay?
Yes.
Jeremy?
Yes.
Marcy White? Yes. Carl?
Yes. Item 12D, discussion of possible action on recommendation for approval of the replat of Lot 18, Block 1 and Lot 13, Block 2 of the final plat of Pedris, continued by the Planning Commission at March 27, 2023 meeting. Be no action on the agenda item. Item number 12E, discussion of possible action on adoption of ordinance number 934, amending the Newcastle Code of Ordinances, Title 15, Chapter 154, Planning and Zoning, Section 154.093, off-street parking, loading, and access regulations, Section 8, access to include hard surface connections.
Again, Joel Dixon, interim city engineer. This is pretty straightforward. We did some more homework after the city council sent us back to get some more information to look at what was going on in some of our surrounding communities and see what they were doing as far as these hard surface connections were concerned. This is in line with what other communities are doing. We looked at the communities of Blanchard, Norman, and Tuttle. While Blanchard doesn't actually have any explicit requirements, both Norman and Tuttle have similar requirements for there to be a hard paved surface from the edge of existing pavement to the edge of the right-of-way line for any driveways accessing public streets.
Now, is the city of Newcastle going to adhere to this as well? Because we currently don't.
We will adhere to that going forward, yes.
Give me an example. I'm trying to imagine give me an example of what might, no, not like where it's not at, what it would look like to implement it. Like if you're putting something new in.
If you're putting a new driveway into your home, if you're putting a new driveway into your pasture, any of those, we're now going to require concrete coming out from the road to the right of
So
way
any
line.
kind of access off of the city street.
Right,
Off the
so,
city street.
and the primary driver behind that is if you bring the gravel all the way up to the edge of pavement without any kind of transition, what happens is it begins to undermine the pavement at the edge of pavement there. In addition, you track on the gravel and that can cause a skidding concern, a safety for motorcycle, even for motorists with four wheels, depending on how bad that is. So it's really a cost issue for the city, an increased maintenance, and it's a safety issue for the users of the streets.
Perfect. Thank you.
What I thought I heard on this when we discussed it briefly last month was the part where if any new building permit, so you're on a 5-acre tract, you've been there 10 years, and you want to properly get a building permit to build a shop back there, does that trigger a requirement? And if I'm going to use my same driveway, does that trigger a requirement for me to change my driveway to meet this ordinance?
Yes, sir. My understanding is that will trigger that change. It's very similar to if we have several non-conforming lots that perhaps, were split. They were originally under, the 5-acre agricultural, but they were split. They were not rezoned, but they are smaller than the 5-acre minimums. And just like if you want to do anything, you need to have that brought into compliance with a rezone. It will be similar with these driveway access. And again, that's a safety and maintenance issue. So,
if I don't do anything, I'll continue as for the next 30 years with my current driveway. Just adding anything that gets a building permit, including not to be, but even a cellar.
Yes, sir. I mean, ultimately, that's the trigger that allows us to enforce that. Otherwise, we would have to go around with our current building inspecers and start citing people, which is
Craig,
probably not.
I understand that. I'm a little concerned that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know, if it costs $39, no problem, but I have a feeling this is a $2,000 or more.
I bet it's closer to 3.
Yeah.
Depending on how far back from the
I've
road.
got a lot of people with acreages or lots out here that I know if maybe if you're gonna change homes or if you're gonna build a new home, but.
If you're gonna build a new driveway, I think maybe you have an argument for this, but if you're just building another building or a storm shelter or something on your existing lot.
Yeah, that you're using the same driveway?
I don't, and not putting a new connection to the public street, I don't think that we should require
I
this.
think they're gonna be up in arms on this, and I think we'll have people putting up buildings without really saying anything, and I mean,
So maybe.
I guess the other concern is this is in conformance with our current requirements. So this is really just clarifying what our current ordinance requires as far as our driveway standards are concerned. So this isn't actually adding something new. This is really
No, but
just a
it would
clarification.
trigger this every time they get a building permit.
He's saying it already does. Though.
Well, and you gotta realize too, when we adopted our ordinances, we just pretty much took somebody else's.
Right.
And so as we've gone through, there's a lot of these things in our ordinance that aren't necessarily, I don't think, the right thing for Newcastle. And we've changed several over the years. And I think this is one, we've never enforced it. And probably for good reason, that if somebody builds a storm shelter, we don't want to make them put a concrete approach on their driveway.
Well, unfortunately, one of the problems that we're running into is we've got people who have driveways that are not conforming to our current standards, and they're creating drainage problems as well. And so, you know, if we choose to alter our driveway standards, or we choose not to enforce our driveway standards, we are perpetuating a known problem that has been an issue more than once for our city.
What if we, with, and as far as having to update an existing, if they were putting in a commercial or residential dwelling, then they would need to, but if it's just something like cellars, I don't know, is that too deep in the weeds?
I think if there's a new connection to a city street, not
new
having to
connection?
upgrade the existing connection
Okay.
that's been there for 50 years potentially, just because they may want to build a carport.
I'm glad we're looking at this because we are a city that needs to start, and we probably are damaging our streets, but,
And what about where we've got gravel roads? We're requiring some,
Not on gravel road.
Not on gravel
Right,
roads?
so if you're connecting to an unpaved road, then this requirement would not.
Is that
Apply.
articulated in there, or is it?
so I know
It is
a
in the
couple of homes that pull onto a drive to get to their home, they turn on gravel road, and then it's a private road with public access, and then they turn into their home. If one of them had a building permit, would one or two of them be obligated to fix that driveway up where it connects to the road?
So if the private road should have that transition, that hard paved
It doesn't.
transition.
It doesn't.
That sounds like it would be an issue for whoever is maintaining that private road, whether that's the HOA or,
Right, so
or
if one of the two.
But if their driveway is on a gravel road,
Yeah.
and they have a permit to do some improvements, this would not apply because their driveway, if it's gravel, is on a gravel road, then that wouldn't be an issue. Now, some of the staff findings from their research as requested, addressing y'all's concerns, for the city of Norman, the paving and approaches aprons are required for new permits or rezoning. For the city of Tuttle, it only requires it for change of paved surface or the construction of a new driveway. So it can kind of go both ways. But again, the longer we leave this as a concern, we're driving up the maintenance costs of our streets, which is ultimately costing our taxpayers more money.
Right.
So is it fair for these private property owners to subsidize their street usage on the backs of our city's taxpayers, or do they need to pay their fair share for maintaining their infrastructure?
What if we took like a baby step?
Well, I mean, I like the fact that any new connection, I think that should be where we stop. I think we take the building permit completely out of that, because basically we're gonna require, if we enforce this, a significant number of people in our community to spend thousands of dollars to upgrade their driveway, when there may be a little bit of maintenance issues, but I've lived out here for a long, long time, and I've never seen any noticeable deterioration of the city streets because of gravel driveways entering on them. So I think this is a little bit too much. Still primarily rural community. We've got 64 and a half square miles. I think this is, moving more along the lines of what Tuttle's is, where we require it for new connections to city streets and not for new building permits. So something I can support.
Tuttle does also require it's the new driveways or any main buildings. So not accessory buildings, but if you were going to build a new primary dwelling or other main building, then that would also apply.
I kind of get that because you're making a major investment right now,
Yeah.
but you're still adding to the cost, but still you're contributing more driveway. But there's a lot could be done to adding a building that would not add any more drive that's already on that drive right now.
Right.
I don't know. I'm glad we're looking at it. And I know Councilman Fulton has really pushed us to enforce,
Driveways? At least a permit of some sort?
permitting driveways and getting proper drainage and tin horns or whatever the right term is. So I know continuous improvement is important for us. So That just seems a little too steep to me right now.
I think it's too steep.
I mean, I don't mind requiring to put in a pipe, because that does protect our road. You know, then, and, because there is a lot of driveways that were made that are on the hill or in the valley, and they had no drainage pipe underneath them, or they filled them in, one of the two.
Yes, we do have a situation currently where the street's literally washing out because the residents closed their bar ditch and created a drainage situation.
Right.
That's likely going to cost the city quite a pretty penny to repair, so.
And, you know, and I understand that, and that was my purpose of pushing for the permits, is get those drainage pipes underneath, whether it be a hard surface or not a hard surface, but the main purpose is pushing for the drainage pipe underneath the driveways, just to protect our streets on that sense. Button up to it, are we considering asphalt as a hard surface?
Correct, yeah, it would be, it could either be Portland cement or asphalt.
Okay.
What about reclaimed asphalt?
Milling?
That doesn't bond as well, if I remember correctly,
No,
unless there's a
that-
bonding agent.
It would ultimately have to conform with our driveway standards, and in your packet, you should have a current copy of our current driveway standards, as well as, samples from the communities that we polled as well, so.
I don't think of,
So then-
reclaimed
Right,
asphalt
okay,
would
just
have
checking.
enough bonding agent to reseal back.
Just checking, because we get a lot of that going on.
Yeah.
Depends on how much diesel you spray on it.
Exactly. How much
Right,
diesel you put in.
right.
That magical bonding agent.
Matched.
But,
Sets up pretty good.
So we currently, you said we currently have it in our ordinance and we're not, I didn't realize it was in our ordinance.
Well,
Not
there's a lot of stuff in
surprising.
our ordinances that,
Yeah, not surprising.
It's in our ordinance in as much as it's part of our standard detail. So our standard detail is part of our ordinance and does require in Appendix A of Chapter 153 that driveways be designed to these standards to include the hard surface connection. This ordinance amendment would clarify that to make it clear that that's what's required and when it's required.
Yeah.
well, I can support any new connection, but I don't support any building permit.
I guess the question on our road maintenance guys, when they encounter a driveway that has no pipe.
That's a
Yeah.
totally different deal. Let's get,
Yeah.
let's get there tonight. We can argue that some
Okay.
other time. We're gonna be here till 2 a.m.
Yeah.
I hear that's the record to beat from the city of Norman.
Yeah. We're in my Newcastle.
Exactly.
Yeah, I need some more time to think about it. I appreciate the planning group looking at it. But I'm telling you, there are hundreds of people that would be up in arms over it. I think, I don't know, hundreds, I don't know, but I mean, I think of 100 examples of where people will say, what are y'all doing? For me to put for me to get a building permit, now I've got to go put it in concrete. We might start leaking it out to them and let them know that we're thinking about it and you need to be doing it.
I think,
Not leaking.
I'm not, I think that, you know, just if you look at, after every tornado that comes through here and we get grants for storm shelters and we give out a
Right.
grant for somebody, we're gonna give you $2,750 to put a storm shelter in, but you're gonna have to spend $3,000 to put a driveway improvement in.
Surprise.
To get your permit for your storm shelter, so we're givers to the city of Newcastle.
It sounds like y'all are leaning more towards the example from Tuttle for new construction of driveways or main buildings, probably not accessory structures, pools.
Well, I'd say new
storm
connections.
shelters.
I say new connections,
For now, just new
period.
connection.
Oh, just new, okay.
Just new connections, period. Is what I could support, because we've got a lot of
It's a-
existing driveways out
It's a
there.
step. in the right
It is a
direction.
step, but that would be what I think we need to support right now.
So what would be classified as a new driveway? If somebody wanted to put gravel down to refurbish their current gravel
Yeah.
drive, would that be
A
considered?
new connection,
They're cutting in a new one.
a brand new connection to
Okay,
the
so
city
we're gonna
street.
leave all the existing connections as is.
Yep.
Yeah,
Fair
I can
enough.
get behind that.
But if they have to replace their main building, wouldn't that, let's say they have a fire or something.
It's not a new connection,
It's not a new connection.
Yeah, it's literally cutting the curb and going, well.
or not the
or
curb, yeah.
curb.
Yeah.
But
Putting the pipe in and making the connection.
I think we're gonna have to go your direction eventually.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I just think it's, I mean, but it's,
This is not today.
we're still in a major transition in this city. We're still very much a rural, community that,
Well, and I worry about, that's a lot for us to monitor and everything too. I think where we're at, even staffing wise, that's a lot to keep up with.
well,
you know.
that's, all it would be, all it would do is a tonnage of new permit. It would be part of the inspection process. So, yeah, you gotta do this, but.
And if you think the oil and gas has got
Oh,
people riled up,
I know.
this would have them here in droves.
Yeah. I know.
And
Are homes that are being built now affected by this? Right now, homes under construction, are
they should be if it's in our ordinance already.
Most of the homes that are under construction are new construction.
yeah,
And so but we have seen some building permits for some drives that are non-conforming.
okay.
And
Well, I say we continue this item to our next regularly scheduled meeting and see some language that we.
May I make a suggestion? So you don't have to continue it, and I hear what you're
Okay.
saying. To qualify for issuance of a new driveway permit or new curb cut, we can put that language out of there, in there, and take out, building permit. And so then it wouldn't require that. And like Joel had stated, this, you know, it is in our standard detail, and so getting this language behind it so we can implement it. Because we have come across places where people want to have a gravel connection to a section line road, you know, and so.
Highway 62.
Yeah, so we do need to have some language in here to be able to implement what's already in our.
And then I'll make a
adopted code.
motion with the language that Janae has proposed.
Okay.
Does that affect that sub A there at all?
Appendix A.
Will be,
Yeah, I don't think so, because if it's not, we will just, what we'll do is, what it's saying is that we will look at it as part of the permit process. If it's abutting a public or private road, and if that road is currently paved, then it would require that hard surface connection and following the standard detail in Appendix A. If it's a gravel road, this is not gonna apply.
okay.
I'll second.
Motion second for approval of
E.
Who
item
was the first?
12E as amended.
That was you, Mike, right?
I'll say this. That was Tommy that seconded.
Okay. Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Second.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Ron.
Yes. Item number 12F, discussion and possible action on adoption of the emergency clause of ordinance number 934.
Motion approved, agenda item 12F.
Second.
Motion second for approval of agenda item 12F.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Ron.
Yes. Item number, 12G, public hearing, discussion of possible action and recommendation to approve an application for rezoning for PUD Plan Unit Development, Taya Agriculture, to PUD Plan Unit Development for 84th Street Church of Christ, located in the west half of Section 5, Township 9 North, Range 4 West, Indian Meridian, McLean County, Oklahoma, and for adoption of ordinance number 937, property location Northwest 27th Street and North Highway 76, case number R 2023-002, continued by Planning Commission to the March 27th, 2023 meeting. So be no action on that agenda item. Item number 12H, public hearing, discussion of possible action for recommendation to approve an application for rezoning from A Agriculture to E1 Suburban Estate Residential for Michael B. Martin and Aubrey N. Martin, located at the north half, the northeast quarter, the northeast quarter, the southeast quarter, Section 1, Township 8 North, Range 4 West, Indian Meridian, McLean County, Oklahoma, and for adoption of ordinance number 938, property address 3633 South May Avenue, Newcastle, Oklahoma, case number R 2023-003. One of those gravel roads we were talking about, right?
Okay. As stated, this is our 2023-003. It's a request for a rezoning from ag to E1. This is one of our favorite ones. They went and did a warranty deed lot split and filed it with the county without coming to the city to go through the process. So they took a 10-acre lot. As you can see, this is the subject tract that we are that it's requesting the rezoning, and it was split into three. And you got the 5 acre in the middle, which is conforming, and they're not doing anything with this south 2.5 acres. They did come in with it for a building permit, and that's how this was caught. So the owners, Michael and Aubrey Martin at 3633 South May, are requesting to rezone to E1 Suburban Estate Residential District. Staff does support and recommend approval of R 2023-003. Planning Commission recommended approval of this item with a vote of 4-0.
Any concerns expressed from the public, any objections or anything voiced at all?
No, sir.
What about, right away on the May Avenue?
They will have to give the 50 foot. Mhm.
We didn't see that right away.
Any public comment concerning this agenda item?
Just got a question.
Sure.
The entrance to the, I'm sorry.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Terry Martin, 3645 South May Avenue. I was just wondering about the approach to that. Will that have to be changed?
Is that a page?
It's a
South
paved
May.
road. 20 years ago it wasn't.
It's paved road.
Your new building, so
It is
does it have
blacktop.
does it
and
have
we
a
have
current?
gravel.
Do you have a current connection with the drive? Do you have a current?
Yes.
Do you have a current driveway curb cut or a driveway for this lot?
Yes.
Yes, the
Okay.
driveway is right
Then
there
no.
on that corner.
No, for tonight you will not have to.
Thank you very much.
Now, just a question, Mr. Martin. Does the 5 acres in the middle, will that 5 acres have access to May Avenue, or will it come through this particular tract still?
We will be sharing that.
You will be sharing that?
Yeah, that is my son, my wife.
I'm Michael Martin.
Okay.
This is Michael Martin, yes.
Okay. All right, so at some point in time, should the 5 acre tract be sold, it would have to establish its own access onto May Avenue.
Driveway, correct.
Yeah. All right.
At that point, it will be required to have.
I'm sorry?
At that point, it will be required to have concrete.
Correct.
It's a new connection.
As long as it stays in the family.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other public comment concerning this agenda item? Already ready for a motion.
Motion to approve agenda item 12H, rezone from agriculture to E1.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 12H.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 12I, discussion of possible action on adoption of emergency clause ordinance number 938.
Motion to approve agenda item 12I, emergency clause 938.
Motion second for approval of item number 12I.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yeah, Carl Nell.
Yes. Item 12J, public hearing discussion of possible action on planning commission recommendation on an application for use permitted and review for a billboard for Chris Stone, Heather Stone, located north half of south half of northwest quarter, section 29, township 9 north, range 4 west, Jimmy Meridian, McCain County, Oklahoma. Property address 1840 State Highway 76, Newcastle, Oklahoma, UPR 2023-008. This was continued by planning commission at the March 27th, 2023 meeting, so no action on that agenda item. Item 12K, discussion of possible action on recommendation to approve a preliminary plat of Willow Bend Shopping Center.
All right, so this is the general overview of the area where Willow Bend Shopping Center will be located. You can see highlighted in red, it is already zoned CC2, so no rezoning is required. Here is the preliminary plat. It is a 7-acre shopping center. There are 2 access points from the north coming off of Northwest 32nd Street. They will require ODOT approval. There's additional access taken from the east side via 2 one-way drives onto Willow Drive. You can see in the southeast corner. Detention is provided by 2 ponds. There's one to the north. In the center, there's one to the west. And there is no public sanitary sewer available for this site. So the 5 commercial buildings will require 5 commercial systems within a 7-acre area. These lines are primarily located in between the property line and the right of way, or excuse me, just north of the property, on the property line before the right of way. For these two buildings, the systems are located in the banks of the detention pond. The developer will be bringing a 12-inch water line across the entire frontage of their property along Highway 37. There is an existing 6-inch line further to the east along Northwest 32nd Street. There's also a non-conforming line. There's also a non-conforming line along Willow Drive going south at 6 inches. The line coming from the east should be 12. The line coming from the south should be 8. Based on our ordinances, ultimately, hydraulic modeling is going to determine whether or not there will be the requisite pressures and flows available for this tract to service the buildings and to provide fire protection. If the hydraulic model does not show that there is adequate flows, then the developer will have to do something to improve their pressure and their flow rates, likely either upsizing the non-conforming pipe further to the east, upsizing the non-conforming pipe to the south and connecting to the existing water tower, or potentially connecting further to the west to a water line along, I think it's Portland, or 76, excuse me. Ultimately, it's going to depend on the hydraulic modeling. At Planning Commission, there were some motions to approve with conditions. The conditions that were stated included showing the location of the on-site wastewater facilities, which were not available prior to the meeting. That has been met. Identifying the block designations for all lots, that was completed as well. And removing the access drives onto Willow Drive. There was some concern by Gordon Harness about the traffic situation that could result from allowing commercial traffic onto Willow Drive. Historically, that has not been allowed, and there's some concerns over the safety of traffic entering and exiting from 32nd Street onto Willow Drive and vice versa. That change was not made by the applicant. The vote was 3-1 in approval of the conditional and for the conditional approval. And pending your questions, we also have representatives from the developer here to answer any questions you may have.
So we're talking about hydraulic modeling. Would a booster pump, is that something that can be put in to get the required pressures, or is that something
that would be something that the developer would have to put in as private infrastructure?
Right. But that could be a possible
that
solution.
Could potentially be a possible solution. There are some risks concerned with that, especially with regard to fire protection. If you've got a fire and you lose power to your pump, what happens?
Right. Okay.
Are these 1 foot or 2 foot contours?
I believe those are 1 foot contours, I do believe. I thought they were. Ross, do you remember?
I don't know, what are they?
I can't read them.
They're hard to read. You've got a very clear.
I think they're 1 footers.
What do you want them to be, right?
I do believe they're 1 foot with the 5 foot interval highlighted.
Yeah, I've got intermediates at 5 foot. Those are 1 foot.
Yeah.
Got quite a bit of fall across the top.
Yes.
I was just gonna add one more thing on that. On Willow Drive is a public street, so we wanted to make that clear, and that's the reason why they did not remove those access points, and it's a one-way in and one-way out only on each one of those points, and they meet the separation distance from 37 down to that first access point and the separation distance in between both of those.
I know that my neighbor, I live close to this area also.
Me too.
And I know that a lot of people have already outspoke about traffic coming on to Willow Drive. Prior to this, even with Oakmont being built, because Oakmont had an option of being, if you remember, an option coming to Willow, and they threw up a big fit about that. I've got a feeling they're still gonna complain about this coming on to Willow Springs. It's barely,
Now, you will note that I've got arrows on those. We've got an incoming and then an exiting. So in other words, I don't have both drives in and out. So just one is an incoming, and one's an exit.
yeah, but that's on 37.
Someone point out where you're talking
No,
about.
that's probably Willow Drive.
Two drives
Yeah, two
here.
drives.
We've got an entrance drive only and we've got an exit drive only.
Okay, thank you.
And then they also have access on the
And
37.
then there's two main access, primary access, north onto.
If
Highway
I'm
36.
coming out of Willow though, and I wanna go shopping there, I'm gonna pull right out in the middle and hit my brakes and someone's gonna slam into my butt. Because I can't get to it off of Willow.
What?
If I'm coming out of Willow and wanna go shopping there,
You'd have to turn left on the
turn left and
37
immediately
try
hit my
to-
brakes, and somebody going 55
Well, you have-
miles an
you have-
hour is gonna ram into my butt.
Well, you have the middle lane to get into.
And then when you leave, you're gonna turn right out of the shopping center. And like ODOT told me, instead of the 37 traffic getting up to speed immediately when they pull out of Willow, they're gonna immediately hit their brakes to turn right back on Willow to go home.
I mean, I drive around looking, just knowing that this after being planning and zoning, and I don't see where people don't do this. Like, we're gonna have a lot of people coming in on the state highway that we have. It's not gonna be an interstate ever. We're gonna have so much traffic. Giving people traffic options and in and out options is got to be a no-brainer.
Well, you know, I've been around long enough that we've discussed Willow Drive and like Gordon and I discussed earlier, you know, the plats for Willow Springs, including that area, there's a limit of no access along there because 30-some years ago or 40-some years ago, they put it there because of what they thought might be an issue with traffic. I don't think anybody's ever provided any traffic data to support that. And I've always thought what little bit of traffic it would allow to flow on Willow Drive would not have a major impact and would probably make things safer in the long run than even for the adjacent property to the east, than having them go all the way and all the traffic flow by those businesses to come out to one single point. So I don't have any issues at all with it flowing out on Willow Drive.
I don't either.
I think that's, you know.
I think it's a much safer exit.
Mhm.
I've buried a couple people that pulled out on
Yeah.
37.
Right. Well, and they're not, Michael, to your point, this is not gonna put them down to any of those houses. This is gonna put them right at the beginning of the road. I mean, we all like no traffic by our houses, but this is Highway 37 is gonna, I shudder to think what it's gonna look like in 10 years. And if we don't give enough options for people to get in and out, we're doing ourselves and our traffic and our people's safety a disservice.
Well, I just don't think Willow Springs Drive is actually built properly to begin with.
Yeah, it's a city street, owned and maintained.
I know.
But it's not
That is one of the
standards.
That is one of the concerns that the city, that the developer may have to address if they do take access off of Willow Drive. They may have to make improvements to Willow Drive to bring it in conformance with the city standards. That's in accordance with our ordinance 153.080 paragraph A.
Well, I think that pavement's only about 18 feet wide.
Yeah.
If that-
And our property corners are actually right on the edge of the pavement. It's been pinned. Actually, the front one's in the pavement up there in the turn radius, and where the back one is right on the corner, is right at the edge of the pavement. I mean, it's right at it.
One thing about this, you know, we'll have 50 feet there of right of way to deal with, you know, off of them from platting this. So there will be room to widen that out. Whereas before we just had statutory right of way throughout there. So by doing this, we do get the 50 feet along there, and that will allow us to
Does
be
your
able to make.
drawing show a
I
50
don't
foot?
reflect the 50 feet because we're right up against the current right of way, which everything I've found shows it to be a 50-foot right of way past that. Over there on the Galen's, that commercial site Galen did way back, Willow Springs something, but can't remember the name of it.
Well, it was Knippelmeyer originally.
Yeah, and then Galen bought it, and then we did, he redid that building, but he didn't want to, I mean, he didn't really want to tie into Willow Springs. At one point, somebody was asking him to, and he said, whatever, but he didn't want to. Then the planning commission said, no, we don't want
Well, and there's limit of no access on that property, on the property
Yeah.
to the east side here, from the original plating of Willow Springs is limited no access. And that was done because at that time, and this is pre-me, which means it's a long time ago.
Yeah, like 83.
They felt this corner, the crest of the hill is right here.
Yeah.
And it was dangerous to pull out here, and they limited access here and required that drive down the front with the entrance where you had a good sight line.
We had
Traffic
lots
coming
of people
from the
from Willow Springs that drive out and exit that every single day. If
Well,
it's that dangerous, we need to close it off. In my
Well,
opinion.
we've talked to the highway department about it, and, he said they're not concerned at all about it. They don't have any problems with it, as well as our driveways, which are on the upslope of
that's
37.
what I was gonna say, is they designed their entrance.
That's
Yeah, okay.
They said I could tap on
And
it
there
every
it's-
200 foot on 37, but I only chose 2.
And
Instead of,
and
I
it's
could
got a
have
good
one between
view.
every single building.
And there's no mention that, you know, the reason for these drives, one was a trash truck. The other was that she wanted a service window on this building. And she didn't want people to have to drive through the parking lot because they might hit people. As far as safety goes, and yes, we have people from Willow Springs getting out here, but having somebody with their kids and their cup of coffee and turning them out on this intersection instead of one where they can see the traffic coming isn't that much of a better safety idea, I don't think. But whatever the reasons are, we haven't allowed commercial traffic on that in the past, and we have a well-established number of hearings where we've heard from the public that they don't want that. Now, that's where I've just maintained the policy of this is a restricted access as far as this front commercial on these properties.
I'm not sure what,
That's
I don't know what restricted access.
Limits no access where you can't have a drive along that. But like I said, that's on the east side. That was part of the plat.
But it control, but anyone can drive on it?
Huh? No, you just can't have a driveway.
So you can't have it. It was on the plat on the east side of the street, not on my property.
Oh.
But that one that, like where the hair salon and the insurance agent is.
Right.
They didn't have access onto Willow. Their plat said
They were restricted.
that
They're-
they were only gonna go in and out on 37.
Okay, so I kind of lost, so I kind of got lost earlier and never cleared up, so would you just remind me tell me one more time what the planning commission had a concern with?
Okay.
And is your concern, is the builder okay with your new proposal, or is it still to be discussed?
The applicant now,
Yeah,
no, they disagree with me.
they disagree with you. Tell me one more time
And the staff disagrees with me.
Yeah, tell me one more time what you're asking us to consider.
Because the outlet from Willow Drive onto 37,
Uh-huh.
the peak of the hill is here.
Mhm. Right.
And you've got a very short sight triangle to get out there.
So you're recommending that,
we not increase that traffic by including entrances for.
so there'd be no way to pulling in there, you'd have to pull onto the highway and come into
Right,
the
if you
front.
were from Willow Springs and going to the shopping center, you would have to exit and go around. We have a number of people in Willow Springs who don't go this way, but go over to Rockwell.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to take a short route, you take the risky route. And if you want to be a little safer, you go down to Rockwell, pull out on and go a half mile and then pull into the development
Okay.
through the drive. And this is just, we've had requests to allow entrances from it's Ritchie property now, a number of times, and prior to that by Knippelmeyer and And we've always said, no, we don't want that additional commercial traffic because of the public response we got. We got that same response when we wanted to let Oakmont come up that drive. And so consistently, if we aren't letting it on the east side of the road, it seems inappropriate to allow it on this side. And that's, as much as anything else, it's being consistent. And I think it is a very dangerous corner that we don't need to expose people to.
And we already had one death there that I know of, just in the last 2 years.
And there was a wreck there the other day, but I just saw the wreck.
I don't have a problem with it, but I will say too, when that Willow Springs plat was originally done and the limit of no access was put on it, that was a 2-lane road. It was not a 5-lane.
Yeah, that's right, because that was in 85 is when it was filed, and it was done in
And
83 or something.
we didn't have, that wasn't 5-lane till well into the 90s.
Yeah.
There's also some stoplight control,
Can
but
I speak
down
real
at
quick?
76
Well,
too.
as soon as we get done talking, I'll
The other issue I wanted to address was the condition on the, well, that this was a conditional approval. And while, well, and on the issue of the water availability, Ross has indicated that he's going to put a 12-inch water main across the front, which our ordinances require, and tie it into a 6-inch line to service the 5 buildings. And while, well, our ordinance doesn't allow but 1 fire hydrant on a 6-inch line. So if we're going to approve the preliminary plat, it should be approved with restriction that that's an acknowledgement. Because, well, I've dealt with Ross before, and he told me I approved his final plat, or his preliminary plat, so his final plat just needed to be shown that the engineering's done. And there's some merit. If we say this works as it is, then we're endorsing this at this stage. And until we've got water pressure, and I know that Joel said that, it's water study's got to show that it'll service it, but it won't show that it's more than a 6-inch line feeding a fire hydrant, more than 1 fire hydrant. So I just think that the council, as they approve this, needs to make it a conditional approval, subject to the water being shown to be available and effective, so that we're not leaving that out kind of hanging, and we'll catch that later. And that's the condition that was really, I think, is important. I think the traffic issue is an important issue. I've supported that for a long time, but I do think the water issue needs to be addressed as being a conditional approval, because I don't want it to slip away. But that's just a
Thank you,
matter of
Gordon. How many fire hydrants, city staff, would this require typically to meet city code?
It's 1 fire hydrant per, I think it's 400 feet of hose lay. It might be 500. I have to double check.
6, I think.
Is it 6?
We got about 1,000 feet, well, we got 1,300 feet across our frontage. So maybe 4.
Did you say 600 feet?
Yeah,
400
like 2,
4 hydrants?
3.
Yeah.
That don't be 3.
I think it's 3.
In 1,300 feet?
Yeah,
No.
that'd be 3.
It would be 3.
Three
If it's 600 feet of hose lay,
There we
then
go.
it'd
3
be,
hydrants.
now that's, I mean,
There's
that's,
orders calls for 1 hydrant every 600 feet.
So could they put 1 hydrant right in the middle and go, if it's 1,320 feet, and they could
Well-
pretty much about meet both ends?
Now,
No.
because when trucks are laying, they like to grab and lay forward.
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose of it.
Okay.
so yeah, they'd need at least 3 to get across the entire frontage. And again, as far as the hydraulic model is concerned, that is required with the plans as part of the final plat. And if the modeling does not show that there's adequate flows, then either the developer is going to have to do something to get the requisite pressures and flows, or if it winds up changing the design substantially, then the preliminary plat will have to be resubmitted because it's been changed and we'll have to go through this process again. So,
If I could just throw out though, our ordinance says you can only serve one hydrant, or one hydrant can only
correct.
be on a 6-inch line, so we know. from this
How
point,
many's on that 6-inch line now? That's a 6-inch line that comes off,
From
comes,
Walmart all the way to.
yeah, half or a mile to the east and comes over. It's a 6-inch line along 37 and a 6-inch line that comes into this development and feeds this whole development. And there's hydrants on it the whole way.
My
I get that it's
understanding,
non-conforming because that's what it is.
Yeah.
But if the city owns and maintains those lines and they're deficient, obviously the city's gonna upgrade it at some point.
key being
We
at
can't,
some
we're not
point-
gonna take on and design something inferior now, like run a 6-inch across our front, that proliferates the problem. So we're gonna run a 12-inch, so when the city upgrades their line and ties in with a 12-inch, it'll all fit.
assuming that you're going to have the requisite pressures and flows to service.
Again, that's something the city has water towers, they've got a hydraulic net of model of the whole city, I'm assuming, of their pressures.
Not yet.
And, okay, so when the city gets that, we'll know if we've got a pressure falling. There's a standpipe back to the south of us. What's that, a half mile south or a mile south?
About half a mile.
And it's setting up at probably 130 feet or something. Okay, so that's delivering the pressure to it. And again, 6-inch line, which is, again, isn't efficient enough. But at some point, I've got to think that the city's going to take that in and do something about it and make it efficient enough, and at least make it an 8-inch line.
So the water tower that's about a half mile south is not tied into this system.
The Oakmont?
What?
Is that the one you're talking about? Is the ones
The
up
one
at
over
Oakmont?
on 28th Street.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's going south and it's going west. It does not connect to Willow Springs.
What's
Okay.
Willow Springs?
Willow Springs, from what I understand, I have not seen the data, but from what I understand, they already have low pressure issues out there. And ultimately, if the hydraulic model does not show that it can service your development, we're not going to be able to approve the plans, period. You can wait on the city, but we don't have that in the hopper yet. So I can't give you a timeline on when that's going to happen. So if you want to develop, you're going to have to bring water to the development in flows and pressures that are going to be adequate to meet DEQ requirements.
I got you.
So we've provided a menu of options that are available, whether that's upgrading the pipe, the non-conforming pipe that's coming from the east, whether that's tying in with 8-inch to that water tower to the south and bringing it up, or whether it's potentially going west, but I'm not sure what size pipe we've got on the west side, so that may or may not be a solution. So ultimately, that's why we want to see the data from the model,
But you
because the
can't
model is
put
going
all
to
that-
provide the answers that we need. And
You can't put all that on a developer for a piece of property when you already know you got a problem. I mean.
And you're welcome to wait until we solve the problem, but I can't give you a timeline when we're going to solve that problem.
Hey guys, we're not gonna argue, we're
gone.
Hey, we have, and I've let you kind of go from the audience, which I shouldn't have done, Ross.
Sorry, Carl.
But, we're gonna look at staff's report, we're gonna look at things, and we're gonna have to approve it, based upon their recommendations. So,
What is different on this than a developer trying to develop property, develop a neighborhood, and it doesn't have sufficient water to it, and that developer has to bring the water to it? What's different than that than this?
in the past, we've required that they bring adequate
Exactly.
water to
That's been our consistent.
to the location.
If we put it there, then that's fine, but if it's not there yet.
Sometimes we have participated with them in the past, to upgrade those lines. We've laid the lines, sometimes we've helped pay the difference in line size and a cooperative, venture to get it done.
And I would think it would be in our interest to get some sufficient water on 37, because I'm glad to see there are developers looking to develop out there, but
Well, yeah, I mean, but it's not in our current budget and future. We budget our infrastructure plan as we go.
I agree.
So that's, we've never, for any specific developer, said, you know what, they're gonna try to do this down here, and we need to, put 2 or 3 miles of water line to go do what we gotta do. If the developer wants to do it, they get to do it, and,
Long term, we've got a desire to bring a 16 or an 18-inch line all the way from North Portland, all the way over to Highway 76. And maybe past that. That's a long-term goal, to loop the Oklahoma City water connection into the water connection coming from the water plant. And at some point in time, we may have to then head that all the way up the plant to potentially blend due to manganese issues. But that's not in our, that's probably a 5-year out deal right now. And then,
I mean, then
that will eventually be there.
but, so according to our ordinances, the fact that it is a 6-inch line right now that it's tied into, and the site would require 3 ordinances, and our 3 hydrant ordinances would require 3. You can only put 1 based on our ordinances. This is a non-issue.
Well, no, not if they're upgrading to 12, then it's
He's
dependent
upgraded,
upon the
but
water
that
pressure.
12 is connected to a 6.
Yeah.
Then it's dependent upon the water pressure.
Which could be boosted,
Could be boosted.
possibly.
Yeah, we could set a surge tank on site that for fire suppression. And that's done sometimes. DEQ allows stuff like, things like that you can do to increase your, fire supply.
And then another thought, we're not connected into that tower down there, but what's the possibility of connecting into that tower with a 12? Potentially a cooperative agreement with the developer to get that 12-inch out to Highway 60 or Highway 37, and then it could backflow in and feed Willow Springs and loop Willow Springs around, help that whole addition with their pressure.
And 8 inch is what will be required since it's a quarter line road, but yes, I mean, that would be ideal, and that's actually one of the solutions that we recommended to the developer is bring the 8 inch over, tie into that tower, and bring it up to the development, tie into the existing, and that would help a lot of things for a lot of people.
It would, yeah.
And
We're
most
already
likely
talking
solve
about
there.
that, though, myself and the water superintendent, if you did something like that to that tower right now, it would severely limit pressures to suburban states over there, which they have issues already. And then the folks that are down 26th, he has talked about bringing a line up 76, and coming back to that tower to pressure it up with a 12 to help boost everything up. And doing it this way right now, there may need to be a booster station at that tower to help out. Because
Regardless,
I think taking another 12 off of it right now would cause issues.
What does the tower on the north side of 37 feed?
Hibben,
Yes.
it goes over to Rockwell and then goes down south on Rockwell, but it doesn't come back to Willow Springs at this point, and that's the idea that Carl mentioned there a while ago, bringing a line from Portland all the way across, going west. Jim, the superintendent, said, if we could at least get it to Rockwell, it would boost that area. But if we take it to 76 and get it on up to our plant at some point, that would help us tremendously, of course, but then it would allow us to be able to blend Oklahoma City with our water for maintenance problems. But to get that area pressured up, that 18 would at least need to come to Rockwell.
from Portland,
From Portland, yes.
and the problem there is just,
I actually submitted that today, on another deal, and, we're looking at about, you remember what I said on that, 8-9 million?
Something like that.
Somewhere in there.
Significant bore of I-44.
Yeah.
It's going to be
right in the middle of the turnpike.
but we've got to do it eventually. Now, once again, kind of tied into this is one of the things when we've talked to Blanchard and Tuttle, if they want to continue to get water, about them sharing in the cost of getting that 18 over to Highway 76, to their connections.
Yeah.
So that they have adequate supply for their connections.
Yeah.
So that, that's all something we're looking at too. That's why, but that's a multi-year deal out too, because they're looking at the potential of applying for grants, getting approved for grants, then getting engineering, then getting all the other things associated with that. So we're talking about 5 years potentially out for that even. But we've got to get that line eventually over there. It's just how we're gonna get it done.
So for this, then everything is really gonna hinge on the study.
Study, and like I said, if they can boost it, there's a
Or
possibility.
other options, yeah.
There's a possibility that, if it's questionable enough, that you require a generator to booster pump. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's always a possibility.
Booster pump station would work the best.
If that's something that legitimately is a concern for fire flow, then require a generator station there.
Well, and of course, when we were having the fire station engineer down on Main Street, they looked at the fire flow, the water flow there, and which was a 6-inch on Main Street on the west side, 12-inch on the east side. They started talking about the potential for a booster pump, a fire pump is what they called it, at the fire station, the new fire station. And I said, no. We've got a 12 on the east side of the road. We'll connect to the 12. We won't need a fire pump. So that, I think they could easily put in a fire pump for their buildings, no more than they're gonna have there, 5 structures. What's average size of your buildings, Olivia?
Well,
Square
right
footage.
now we're building 2 of the 5. There's no plans in any future to build the other 3 right now.
Okay,
They're 12,000 square feet apiece, and you know how they work, all my buildings, because we have no sewer where we're at. We don't get things like, restaurants, now, places that use a lot of water. We just can't, we don't have sewer. We have something like, an insurance, Allstate insurance agent with like, a guy they only have a hand wash sink and a toilet in a bathroom. So we're not gonna use a lot of water here.
yeah.
Obviously, the turnpike's wiping me out, right? We're moving some people over, we're doing, little things like that. It's not an ideal place to build, period, because of the no sewer. Everybody up here doesn't have, the best water. It will shoot the whole deal in the foot if we have to put so much money in it to go backwards with a water line. Unless, like, other people over there were developing, like some places on the north side of 37 got sold. She's not developing right now because of the no water problem. Roberto, which is the corner of 76 and, same thing. Nobody else is even willing to touch anything until it gets sewer and water over there. I'm kind of trying to keep businesses, we're losing 40 people, 40 companies that rent from me right now to other towns if I don't build them something. So I'm just trying to keep people here that are already here. We're only building 2 of them, the first 2 building on the east end. 3, who knows, I could wait for years on them.
Right.
I just need to get the first 2 built. There's just toilet and sink, there's nothing
So
major.
12,000 square foot fire protection, you could put a fire pump in on
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And I would add,
And it's a metal building with brick, so fire load is not on these, it's very good.
she's a Newcastle resident, I'm a Newcastle resident, I live about a mile from this. And, so that's why we're, interested in seeing this happen now, but so that we don't lose it.
Right.
All right, so I guess now we're to the point that we've all loaded around. So any public comment concerning this agenda item? Nobody seems too concerned about you guys.
I don't think some people knew, to be honest.
On Willow too, like, obviously I'm looking to, when you come down Willow, I also agree, if I was a resident in that neighborhood, I wouldn't want everybody coming into my neighborhood. I get it, that they don't like that. We're not gonna come in their neighborhood. If anybody comes in here, they would just turn in this bottom entrance, go to that drive-through window probably, and come right back out to go to
The
leave.
neighborhood entrance is
Yeah, the
several
neighborhood's
hundred
back.
feet to the south.
The neighborhood's back down there, and I know that they didn't want people going to that new housing development down there, because people would drive in front of all of it, but we're not. They're just gonna go right there. My idea was that I didn't want someone to leave that drive-through window and drive in front of both of these buildings, before they could go back out with, which 8 businesses in here, 8 in here. They're little, kind of like, this is kind of like the shopping center where, oh gosh.
Karen Grace person.
Just north of Juniper Stone, not where the pizza place is and the little
Oh, yeah,
UPS shipping place. It's kind of like that. So it's a lot of little, they're 1,500 square feet apiece. So they're not a lot of square footage, but there's just a lot of little front doors. We ran the sewer or the septic straight out the front instead of setting this thing closer to the road and running it out the back, with the idea that if we ever get sewer down there, we can disconnect from septic and run out to city sewer, and then we could have maybe get some bigger business in there. But right now, there's just, we can't do those kinds of businesses with no sewer.
I'll just tell you, the neighbor, I live right down there.
Yeah.
I live like a quarter mile from it.
In there.
In Willow, I live in
Yeah.
Willow Springs South,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Yeah.
And all of Willow Springs North, all of Willow Springs South, all got together when Oakmont went in.
I agree. I understand.
They're just gonna see, all they're gonna say is, they're gonna cut through 30th Street, they're gonna cut through 28th Street, or 29th Street, excuse me,
Yeah.
to get there. And people are gonna be zooming through their neighborhood.
I
That's
wouldn't
gonna be
want
their
people
excuse.
zooming through my neighborhood. I wouldn't want them going past me either into the neighborhood. If I lived back there, I wouldn't want. But then again, it's a public street. Like I live on.
It is. You're
I can't
absolutely-
govern who goes.
Right.
If it's a public street and, we looked through every city ordinance there was nothing that said we couldn't, if we own property on a public street, we can't use it.
I just remember, I think we purchased land in 92 when we
Mhm.
purchased our land. And I remember it was Nippenmeyer at that time.
Yeah.
And so many people, I went to the meeting, and so many
Yeah.
people got angry because of just that, just in that little stretch right there. They didn't want that.
I did
drive.
talk to ODOT. They said that's not even a watched intersection. They have like tiers that they watch for like if they need a lower speed limit or a stoplight or I don't know, certain.
Well, I'll tell you, everybody in my neighborhood,
I mean, it is dangerous.
in 28 years we've been there, there might be 2 cars
Mhm.
a day that exits out of that.
Mike, do you
because
go to
everybody-
Willow or do you go to Rockwell?
I go over to Rockwell.
Yeah, I agree.
And everybody goes to Rockwell. I mean, even people who live just down that street, they couldn't very exit, because it's a dead end cul-de-sac street.
Yeah.
They come down and come around
Yeah,
28 and
I
30
understand why.
and to go back to Rockwell, just because they do not like the danger that's at that intersection.
Yeah, I agree. And they do have the exits over here if they feel more, you know what I mean? Like as a driver, I pull out if I'm in a certain shopping center. Like, if I'm going left, I go to the exit, the one that's more feasible for me or that I feel more comfortable with as a driver. They definitely don't have to go.
And that's why I'm questioning
Yeah,
the driveways over there.
Yeah, and it does help, like with the fire truck too, to drive, to come in and drive behind the building rather than to come through all those alleys. The trash dumpsters are in there, you know? So like, for a fire truck to come in here and then squeeze in, if, and make a circle, when it could just come in and be right here, access behind all the buildings.
And the trash man, yeah.
Or in front, or the trash man, keeps him out of the parking lot where the customers are in the morning.
Yeah.
Or whenever, I don't know.
Or back delivery.
Yeah,
Well,
when
but-
people there is some overhead doors on the back for deliveries, so it keeps those big delivery trucks out of the front parking lots.
Well, also puts them on 30.
Yeah.
Or on Willow Springs, excuse me.
Mhm. Yeah, like an Amazon truck. I mean, they're not semis by any means. This isn't industrial.
My issue is just that Highway 37 is a big deal for the city for development. And I can't see that that's enough to restrict it because it's not encouraging anybody to go down in there. I don't think it encourages anybody to go down in the neighborhood, but the neighborhood's right off of the busy state highway that feeds Tuttle,
It's
Newcastle,
been
Bridge Creek.
zoned commercially
Right.
as long as I've ever known it. I mean, when you
Right.
bought a house in there, what did you think was going to be in front of you? It was
Right.
zoned commercial.
Well, let me ask you,
You're on
when it
37.
was zoned, what was the comments on the zoning at that time?
Not much. Nobody came to the meeting. I don't think we had any local residents.
Did we restrict it then, like we did on the east side?
No.
Okay, so only the east side got restricted. Crazy.
Like I said, that was back when it was a 2-lane road.
Yeah.
There was no, if somebody turned out right, somebody was coming over the hill, there was no opportunity to change lanes. Now we've got a 5-lane road through there, totally, it's significantly different. ODOT doesn't have any problems with it. I would rather see this than another 2 entrances.
Oh, I
on
agree.
their-
I mean,
On their,
less entrances is better for me.
and like I said,
Any
it's
highway.
a public street now, people are flowing out onto it now. This is not, I don't feel like this development will be a significant traffic generator. It will generate some. And, you know, I don't see anybody wanting to run through your addition to get to it, unless they're from your addition. I don't know, I've always had issues with that limited no access along there, especially after the road was widened. I think it was, it's always been something that they don't want, change has not been wanted, but it's hard to find justification, in my opinion, just because it's always been that way.
Yeah.
But that's my thoughts. I've argued for removing that limited no access before and I've lost, so.
So, a motion would say approve with the condition that a satisfactory, water hydrant or water pressure solution.
I think it's already in theirs.
It's already in theirs, the recommendation.
So what this is showing the preliminary layout, so the preliminary plat. And so when they come in for final plat, which they did come in and bring a final plat with improvement plans at the April plat review meeting, and we've already sent comments back to the applicant. Those are some of the comments that we would address, because we'll address it at the final plat stage.
Okay.
It doesn't really have anything to do with the preliminary plat, as long as it's meeting all the regulation, and it is now, as far as it's meeting our chapter 153 preliminary plat requirements.
So then they have time to figure out the water.
Correct.
Okay.
That was a long way of saying that.
No, it's okay.
It's only 10 o'clock, just talk as
Hey,
long as you
keep
want.
on going.
A couple more questions before, because I know people in my neighborhood's gonna ask the question, they're gonna ask me the questions.
Yeah.
On your structures, you say they're metal buildings with brick fronts and sides, I'm on obvious. What are we doing on the backside of them?
Well, I didn't know to say that here or not, but that was something I would ask whether, I don't know, Slate in this meeting or a future meeting. So anytime, usually when I build a building in Newcastle, I always like to do 100% brick if it's like on all sides. If it's like, I'm building a dentist office, we know that's what it's gonna be. I like to do 100% brick on all 4 sides. I do that even when it's not required, even if I'm not in the overlay. Rental building like this, if the city doesn't mind, what's best for me is to do the brick on 3 sides, because the back wall, we change tenants so often that when we break that back wall, it gets real unstable and real ugly real fast every time a tenant comes in and out and we rearrange the back, because we move heat and air units, we move overhead doors, we move walk-through doors, electric meters, and we have to redo the brick patches so often that it just absolutely looks horrible. So we can brick the back if that's required.
It is. It's
Yeah,
CC2,
I
so it's
think it's
80% on
CC2.
all sides.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but then, you know, if there's a variance or something, or if not, we will, but it just looks, it's hard on the back when we're always tearing up brick. And then it's never as sturdy as it should have been in the beginning.
Now I'm gonna
Maybe
ask
we
the
can
questions
step
I hear
over
all the time. You know, what's the roof's gonna look like? What, you know, because.
It's a standing seam roof. It's a single sloped with a parapet wall. So from the front, it just looks like, you know, kind of square. And then you don't see the roof at all, standing seam, it all slopes to the back. So all the gutters and things are on the back that you wouldn't see. And on the front, there's an awning across the whole front. So, and there's a sidewalk across the front with all the glass storefront. So you can walk across the whole sidewalk and go in through any door you want and never get rained on. And there'll be kind of like where I have the fitness center up by La Luna. Parking lot lights, look like the street globes, and stuff like that. So it'll look nice. Similar probably to, essentially similar to the fitness center that's by La Luna, in the fact that, it's kind of brick like that. Slope roof on that building, the storefront, it just has windows that don't go all the way to the ground. And on this one, the windows come further down instead of
Yeah, I guess lighting would be the next question, since you brought it up.
Yeah, it has lights between each, so the building's divided up into, so it's essentially the frame inside is a metal building. So 25-foot bays. So there's a big I-beam every 25 feet, which means we don't have glass windows right there. So right there at that 25-foot mark on the brick, not that shape, but it kind of has a light like that, like a decorative light. And then the awning all the way across the front, it goes 200 feet across the front, and it has recessed like can lighting underneath it.
What about the parking lot?
It's required based on our CC2 ordinances.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then on the front of the
Lighting is
building,
required.
on the front of the building, it's brick, so all their signs are up on the building.
I mean, these are the questions that come
And
to
then
ask me.
the parking lot lights.
Well, that will all be presented on their final plat too.
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, the parking lot lights are,
Yeah, we'll see all of this again.
yeah.
Okay.
In the building permit as well, and so
Right.
all of that at the building permit, so that has to be taken care of during that final plat.
I'm familiar with the
And-
zoning, I don't have a problem with any of it.
Yes, motion to approve agenda item 12K.
Second.
Motion second for approval of agenda item 12K.
That's Mike?
No,
Tommy.
Tommy.
After me, I know what they got looking. They sound alike to me.
Look like two, nothing.
They do.
Oh, wow.
Mike Fullerton, I'm sorry. To me.
I'm gonna say yes.
Mike Fuller. Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Jean Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Carl Ness.
Item number 13,
I
discussion
might
policy.
say something, as this is a resident of Newcastle, but I've been in the engineering business for a little over 30 years now, doing development like this and other kinds. And regarding the water line, and I know you got problems everywhere, but development kind of moves in a wave. It comes and then it goes. And once it goes, the hot spot's over here. It's not over here anymore. They don't want to build here. They want to go over here. So Newcastle's, I'm getting a lot of interest in Newcastle and have been for the last few years. And so the wave is happening. And like the 6-inch water line, things like that have to be redone. Things like that have to be upgraded to make it inviting for these people to come and develop here. Everything along 37 should all develop commercial. There's no reason it necessarily shouldn't. But we gotta be ready for it. Now that the horse is out of the barn on the sewer. I mean, it was just, you could put sewer in it. At one point, 20-something years ago, I talked to the city manager about thinking, this was back before even Hibden was thinking about developing their whole property. And I was looking at it for him, and I was talking to him about putting a big lift station down at the bottom, running a gravity, or pumping it back to the treatment plant, and then you could run gravity up all the tributaries and feeding the whole city, and you get all of that sewer income. Well, that's gone now. I mean, there's not going to be a real reason to be able to do that. But water is still available. But we just got to get our lines to the point that they can serve what needs to be served. And I'm just encouraging you to look at it because, like I said, development acts as a wave. 30 years ago, when I first started, I was developing things in South Oklahoma City. Well, the wave's past there now. There's no land left to develop. But they had already gone out ahead of it and had laid their 12-inch water lines on the section lines. They had their sewer lines up all the basins back there so that they could all gravity. And so consequently, it all developed out, and they've reaping the benefits from it.
I mean, we're spending about $1 million on a water and sewer study right now.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm not doing it, but that's okay.
We've got plenty of things planned.
Good.
Just what Kevin was talking about, not including our new waste treatment facility, we've got about $60 million worth of things that we're planning right now.
Great.
It's just a matter of getting the funding to do that.
So
And if we
anybody
can-
need,
if
but
we
that's
can-
where being ready for commercial like this, that's where the
And-
city gets money. So.
Well, and when we have situations where we know we have a commercial tenant coming in that's gonna generate sales tax to more than pay for those improvements, we will put those in, and we have. And we will continue to do that if it's a sales tax generator.
Right.
And so, it's got to be justifiable. If it's something that'll pay back the city, we're looking to utilize the
Right.
sales tax agreements, similar to the city of Moore does, to build infrastructure. We've looked into all of that, but we've got to have the sales tax generator committed before we can expend those funds. And so we've got the plans, we've got it in motion, both additional sewer and additional water supplies to the west side of town. But it's just a matter of getting the funding or getting those developments.
Well, just think about this.
Activity on this corner, and actually from
Yeah,
on the
the
north side of the road, all that on the north side of the road, me on the south, and then all the way to Roberto.
And eventually,
We've been approached by several large restaurant chains, nationwide chains. We obviously don't have sewer, so that's out. Target entertained the corner, that went out. The instant we said no sewer and water.
but see, Target never talked to the city of Newcastle. If any of those individuals want those things, they've got to connect with the city of Newcastle. And that's what you need to be steering them towards, because we're not gonna know that we need to make a sales tax rebate agreement with them or extend that type of things if they never contact us. Talking to you doesn't do any good.
No, I-
Talking to the city of Newcastle potentially will.
I'm
Every
just-
developer that we've done that with has reached out to the city of Newcastle, and we've worked to deal with them. That's how it works. That's how it works in Moore, that's how it works anywhere else.
Right, but I mean, like, for this is 40 businesses going in. Well, the 7 buildings would be 40 businesses, not counting the people on the north side of the street. Like, to me, that's enough business that we need to get some water problems solved.
Like I
I'm
said,
just
we've
saying
got
to get
plans,
it.
but we don't have the money to,
Yeah.
if you build it, they will come yet.
Right.
We're still working on that. We're gonna continue to
Right.
build out infrastructure.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, that land over there where there's no sewer and there's limited water is a whole lot cheaper than land where there's sewer and water. And so,
But to a commercial developer, that doesn't mean he doesn't care. That's insignificant. The extra amount for the land, because it's all location. And if it's everything's there, when he's ready to develop,
I understand.
that's where he's going.
I understand.
So you gotta be on the front end and have it all ready for them. Well, case in point, I was a city councilman in Moore for 2 terms, for 4 years. And I found out when I was on city council, because we didn't have any way to get water. We were paying a fortune to Oklahoma City. Well, I found out that city of Moore had turned down the opportunity to participate in Thunderbird, because at that time, that was in the 60s, they didn't think they would ever need that water. They didn't think they would need it. Well, here we were 20 something years later, we didn't have any water. We were having to buy every ounce we got from Oklahoma City, all because they were short-sighted at that time and didn't do it. So I just would encourage you, from my experience.
We've got significant planning that we've done, and we're just, we're looking for the right time.
And if I can help you, I'd be happy to.
And we have about 8 sections, just like Highway 37.
Yeah.
All over there.
We're just going faster than we can.
I know, and
We've got areas of town that there are 3 to 4 parties that have reached out that we know are in negotiations that are significant sales tax generators.
Yeah.
We're gonna build some infrastructure in those areas.
That's good.
Because they will pay back in
pay
a
you
short
back
period
in
of time.
spades.
And so that's where we've got to concentrate, where we have known, done deals that all they're waiting for is infrastructure. Those we will not just get paid back, but then that allows us to have funds to go and spend to expand these other areas.
Get
All
Target
right,
back
well, I
online.
just encourage you to keep
Get
that.
Target
up,
back
man.
online, Olivia.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Item number 13, discussion and possible action on approval of a quote for the purchase of a 2023 Caterpillar Model CB 2.7 roller with trade-in of 2014 model CB 24 Caterpillar roller for street department and authorization for payment.
Basically, our packer is pretty much shot. We already have $11,000 committed to this piece of equipment. and it still hasn't been fixed, and this is at Cat. They're telling us it may cost another 14,000 to fix what they think is wrong with it at this point, but they're not gonna guarantee that it will work. So they'll give us $19,000 toward the trade-in on this, with a balance of 51,000 for a brand new Packard.
Who's this with?
Warren Cat.
So you can approve it, they're not gonna let you drive it anyway. I
No,
already
you
tried
can't
that.
drive, Gene.
I already tried that.
I have to ask because my son worked with one, so.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve item number 13.
I second. I second.
Motion second for approval of item number 13.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White.
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 14, discussion of possible action on ballot and vote for 3 of the following trustee nominees to serve on the OMAG Board of Directors.
Those was 3 of the 5, 3 of the 6, huh? Well, Pam Polk won, Woman of the Year, so we gotta vote for her.
I was reading your thing. Yeah. I'm good.
I like those first 2 to begin with, they're in there
Well,
already.
they're incumbents already, yeah, so
What's that?
they're incumbents already, so I'm good with that.
Does anybody know the other 4?
Justin Battles is good.
I make a motion to approve Tim Lyon. You need to do one at a time?
Nope.
Pam Polk and Justin Battles.
Second.
Motion second for approval
And that was Tommy.
Yes.
of trustee votes.
Just say your name when you do it, Tommy.
I will.
Okay, Tim Lyon, Pam Polk, Justin Battles.
Well, 3, makes it pretty easy.
Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 15, city manager comments.
I have no comments.
Take your time.
Alrighty. Item number 16, council member comments.
I have no
Nada.
comments.
Well, not you ask.
I'm tired. I'm tired of ready to go home. That's my comment.
My only comment is if Councilman Clay wouldn't have been here, we'd been sitting home in the chair a long time ago.
He didn't say Marcy. You notice that?
We're just happy you were able to make it this evening, Marcy.
Starts at 6. I'm here in time to sit down and go.
Item number 17 is adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion second for adjournment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.